Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? What if I told you that those who were corrupting the world, poisoning our food, and igniting conflict were themselves about to be permanently eradicated from the earth? You might think that an idealistic fantasy. Well, let me tell you a story. We acknowledge there are criminals, of course. They rob your house, they steal your phone. They can murder you too if they think they can get away with it. We have all experienced criminals in one way or another. Criminals, as we know, are those who choose personal gain over the rights of others and have no regard for the law. But here is where you need to expand your thinking. Criminals can also succeed in business and politics, and can be elected as our leaders. If a criminal became the president, imagine what they could achieve. They could use the full weight of their executive power to commit much larger crimes, and ensure they and their friends were enriched to the fullest extent possible. A criminal president could create alliances with other criminal presidents, and then collaborate on more global criminal activities. Anything goes. Drug running, human trafficking, whatever makes the big bucks. The 20th century was turbulent with war, economic disaster, famines, and displacement. We have always accepted these things as just human nature, and simply the way the world works. Something inevitable, and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong. You are not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So how can we just assume that it is human nature that is driving all this pain and misery? What if it wasn't human nature at all, and as a result of something more deliberate? We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty, which in turn is the reason for war, crime, and starvation. Others were taught that communism, a system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that control our news and entertainment. They ascended to the top of the banking system, also to the Oval Office, to Brussels, to the Vatican, to the Crown. They crept in quietly. They became leaders of agricultural companies who have control over our food supply. Also big pharmaceutical companies, the ones we trust to help us when we're sick. Nobody stopped them, and they just recruited more criminals to help them. First, they accumulated the world's wealth. They invented a system of money called central banking, which lends money to governments with interest, placing countries into eternal debt. People's wealth got less. Their wealth got more. Much more. When a criminal is already as rich as they can get, then protecting their ill-gotten gains becomes the priority. Angry citizens tired of being poor are a major obstacle and can revolt if they suffer enough. The criminals needed to prevent this, so they diverted attention to the last remaining competitor, the people of the world. You and me. We were not happy being ruled by criminals and having to work 3 jobs just to survive. They know we won't accept it. So they use their control of the media to set black against white, woman against man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves. To get it done faster, they attacked all aspects of humanity that make us strong. Like family. Using their influence over culture, they popularized lifestyle choices that led to a surge in broken homes, lost youth, and substance abuse. I could talk all day about how else they deliberately weakened us, and it would turn your stomach. We were just trying to get on with living. So where are all the good guys? Good people just want to get married, have kids, make a living, and enjoy their liberty. Well, there were good guys, many. One became the President of the United States in January 1961. He knew about these criminals and wanted them gone. He knew their intentions for us all, and he wanted to fight them. Sadly, he had no idea how powerful they had become. Reagan also had good intentions for the American people. He knew this criminal mafia controlled almost everything by this stage, including the powerful rogue intelligence agencies. His economic policies were promising, but the criminals needed a weak America to hold on to their power. Reagan was shown with a bullet that a growing U.S. economy and prosperous citizens were not what the criminals wanted. It was looking pretty grim for good people. Every time someone wanted to stand up and do the right thing, they got stopped. Were we ever to be freed? These criminals are also known as the Deep State, or Cabal, because of how they control things behind the scenes. Every president after Reagan was one of these Deep State criminals, and their empire got even stronger. With each bad president came new depths America and the world would sink. The world collapsed into darkness. Do you need me to tell you how? Destroyed factories, declining job numbers, sicker people, opioids, destruction of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen with pointless war, displacement of people into Europe, ISIS, terrorism, collapsed governments, poverty, and genocide. Total misery. Do you think that was inevitable? Hell no. Well, here is where things start to take a new turn. When the full picture comes to be known, it will forever be regarded as the greatest story ever told. Well, here is the top line. Some good people still held positions of power. They valued humanity and the rule of law. While the criminals discussed their game plan at the annual Bilderberg meetings, the good guys were making plans of their own. The information age was coming to change history forever. As the internet flooded into every home and appliances became smarter, and when people started carrying tracking devices, an opportunity to put an end to criminal control over the world was emerging. We became connected, trackable, and surveilled. But so did they. They became dependent, just like we did, on email, SMS, instant communication. It made crime much easier, but it also put them on a grid that, if accessed by the right people, would expose their crimes to the public and end their iron grip on us once and for all. In this new age of information, it was thought that the military should also have its own intelligence agency to focus on cybercrime and espionage. They called this the NSA, the National Security Agency. Here we had every phone call, email, and text from every device stored and archived, whether it be someone making a doctor's appointment or the deep state setting up a massive heroin purchase from the Taliban. In the right hands, it would be enough information to expose the entire sinister criminal plot to rub us blind and wipe us out. Hold that thought, now I need to explain the plan. The good guys were devising a plan to reclaim the world from the cabal and return it to the people. It would involve alliances with multiple countries, since the criminals had global ratlines, trade, and other infrastructure in place that would need their cooperation. It came down to two choices for America: launch a military coup to seize the government from whichever cabal puppet was in the White House at the time, or win legitimately, take control of the NSA, expose the criminals for what they are, and arrest them all. Obviously, the first option would be very troubling for the public. With people still preoccupied with cabal-engineered social issues, they would likely revolt and hurt themselves and others. No, it would have to be the latter. So they needed a candidate who could win, and who could win big. Many states like California had been so heavily inundated by criminals that even the voting machines were electronically set up to swing votes any which way. It would need to be a very decisive victory. Good patriots in the US military and their global partners asked Trump to run for president so they could take back control of America legitimately without alarming the public. Trump was a good choice, obviously, because he overcame the voter fraud and won. But he was a patriot, and he was loved and admired by the public. He was not interested in joining the cabal because they hated America, and he did not agree with them on that point. As soon as he showed interest in taking power, they activated their media assets to viciously turn on him. That's when we saw the sudden hatred emerge. Even when he won, the cabal still had no idea what he was a part of, and the sophisticated plan that was about to unfold against them. Shocked at their loss, they mobilized their full arsenal of intelligence, media, money, and technology to try and take back power. There are people at the top of the DOJ and FBI then put together a plan to frame Trump and have him impeached. This is where we come back to the NSA again. All messages were stored and could be used to expose this plot and prevent Trump's overthrow. An entire book will be written about the first 2 years of Trump's presidency: false flag terror attacks, downed planes, missile alerts, assassination attempts. Here is the point. The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth between the forces of good and evil. I can't put it in simpler terms, but I can say it appears the good guys are winning. The cabal had complete control over North Korea. They hijacked the Kim dynasty, took them hostage, and worked to build up a nuclear arsenal to threaten the world. Kim Jong-un suddenly embracing peace was simply because the deep state were beaten and driven out. ISIS was also destroyed in the year following Trump's win. We are all starting to see the pattern now, that enough time has passed, that our biggest global concerns are starting to recede, and peace is returning. It is all evidence that the good guys are winning the war. But we're still in the middle. While a lot is improving, it still puzzles many that most of these known criminals are still free, especially the higher-ups like Hillary Clinton, the Bushes, and Obama. That is coming in the next chapter of the story. That's why we have Q. The good guys with control over the NSA began the Q intelligence dissemination program to invoke an online grassroots movement that came to be called the Great Awakening. It started on underground internet channels and then moved to the mainstream. Q has been a fun distraction for those who follow world events and desire truth, but it is about to begin a much more important and necessary phase, keeping the public informed when the deep state war breaks out onto the surface. By this, I mean high-profile arrests. Yes, folks, the criminals I'm referring to are famous politicians, actors, singers, CEOs, and celebrities. People who have earned our trust, respect, and admiration. They have done very bad things that are all fully known and documented, and they will be severely punished. Those of us who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help you make sense of the coming events. We are among the first to realize that our petty partisan divisions are just trivial distractions, and we are all enslaved by a hidden enemy. We realize that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power. Fellow slaves, it's time to buckle your seatbelt, recognize your true enemy, and embrace a new future that we all owe to the brave patriots who risked their lives to achieve this victory against the greatest force of evil the world has ever known. May God bless America.
The Spirit of the Lord says there shall be one assassination attempt that shall endeavor to destroy the plans that I have for this nation. Look to your vice president. The Spirit of the Lord says tonight, there are major forces of darkness that have endeavored to bring to nothing this nation. But yet I will supply a very special weapon to this nation, and it shall have the ability to see activities of the enemies in a very peculiar manner. This night is a Saturday night. The Spirit of the Lord says, I require that my people stand in agreement with the prophet as he prophesies resurrection to America. Come on!
That prophecy was in 2004, July 31st. July 31st of 2004. This is a Saturday night. But yet I will supply them with a very special weapon to this nation, and it shall have the ability to see the activities of the enemies in a very peculiar manner. Now, I don't know about you, but since Saturday, my faith has grown even more. Why do I say that? Sunday, other than doing the podcast, I spent most of the day in prayer. Monday, other than doing the podcast, I spent most of the day in prayer. Tuesday, other than doing the podcast, I spent most of the day in prayer. Wednesday, same thing. Yesterday, same thing. Even while Trump was on during his speech and there was a podcast going on, I spent most of that time in prayer. Normally when I pray, it's 2 to 5 minutes and I'm done. But I've been finding myself as I'm out walking with the dogs, giving them the opportunity to run the land, just having very, very long conversations with our Creator. Just asking for guidance to point people in the right direction, to make sure that the information as I'm finding it is accurate, to help me to research better, to provide even more. And I went to sleep last night with these thoughts on my mind that blackout is the only step that they have left. They took their shot and they missed. And what they have done is solidified the joining of the largest number of our population. And the thing is it's not just the population here in the United States. It's the population worldwide. An overwhelming effect. The Democrat Party is now the party of the mocking. The Democrat Party is now known as the biggest fools and the highest consequences will be paid. No deals. If they did not come forward already to tell what they knew, to turn over documentation, to turn over recordings, to turn over evidence. That time is past. It's done. They have made their choice. The old saying is, you made your bed, now you got to lay in it. It is 100% accurate. Now, does that mean that the people who are registered as Democrats don't have a chance? They have a chance. They have a chance through repentance. They have a chance through grace and mercy. We look at the numbers 4 to 6%, and we have to say to ourselves, okay, who's going to be included in that 4 to 6%? The demons are among us. They are awake. They are gnashing and thrashing. The chaos is more than likely about to truly begin. And it's a shame. It's a real shame that it has come to this point. Now, Dave may end up joining me for a little bit today. I'm hoping he does, because he knows a lot more in regards to the Crowdstrike information than I do. But today we were awakened to banks failing, people not having access to credit card systems, not having access to banking, not having access to, well, I'm gonna throw this out there. Slow Country, you can yell at me later for this. So Slow Country's wife works in a hospital. Okay. Their computer systems have the blue screen of death. Okay. They cannot pull up anything. So the largest majority of medical industry in the United States is right now in a standstill. Okay. So we have banking, we have medical. What else? What else? Are these systems going to affect people's power? Are these systems going to affect people's phones? You see where I'm going with this? Okay. And these are, just, yeah, I saw that. Slow Country. We have to look at this with a different light now. We have to open our eyes and really begin to see the intricacies, especially the connections between the Q posts and what is going on. And let me tell you, there's a big connection between the Q posts and Crowdstrike. A very, very large connection. And like I said, I can't really, I'm going to read what Ariel has to say here. I'm not going to go too deeply into it other than that, until Dave comes on, because again, he's going to have more information than I can provide you with it, because I just don't know that much about Crowdstrike. I haven't, I didn't do the research on this one. Well, primarily because I've been doing podcasts so much that I didn't really have the time to. And by the time Angel Rose, we're not talking about power wise. We're talking about their computer systems. Okay. This is the thing and this is what I was saying to Dave is, it's kind of funny that this country operated hospitals radios, television stations, banking, everything else without computers for generations upon generations upon generations. And then all of a sudden the computer comes along, making the job maybe a little bit easier. But was it really easier, or was it a means in which one day they would be able to gain control of those systems and shut things down? You know, think of it like this: insurance companies. How many people think that the insurance companies don't have everything on their computers, and that's what they're going to wait for? They're going to wait for their computers to come back. They're not going to go looking for a paper folder. People have become lazy. No, it's not a test. It's still going on right now. It's being reported worldwide. It's being reported on worldwide. Okay. And this is the crazy thing. I remember when I joined the Marine Corps, computers were not available. There was a DAT, what is called a DAT system, a DAT system. And that was basically how they did the payroll, how they put in your time. They could do incidents reports in them, and that's also what monitored when a person was up for promotion and so on and so forth. So it was direct communication to the DoD and the Pentagon. Okay, but other than that, everything was done on paper. So if you were going to the doctors, you had to go and check out your medical records, bring them over, and go in and see the doctor. And then when you were done, you needed to return your medical records so that they could be filed, and that, but everything was done on paper. Everything. School records were done paper records. College records were done on paper. Okay. Everything was done on paper. Convenience of the computer has altered that so much that in most cases there won't be any paper records unless you yourself kept them. Hence the reason that people used to have a filing cabinet in their house, so that they keep track of everything. Mom's purse was pretty much the most convenient, place for records to go. You ever think of that? That was like a vault. Mom's purse was like a vault. She kept everything there. Everything was in that purse. And she had a box that was underneath the bed that had our birth certificates, social security cards, all that other stuff. When she needed something, she transferred from the vault under her bed to the vault of her purse. And when she was done using those things, that was returned to the main vault. Paper. So here we go. Ariel states, people, please listen to me. Let me make this full screen so I can. If you do not think today is massive on a historic scale, let me inform you about Crowdstrike. The servers are located in Ukraine. Can you say election interference? This is a deep state cybersecurity company. People, this is a national security threat. What did Trump receive officially yesterday? Now, I want you to think about those in the Democrat Party specifically. Even though both sides of the political aisle are compromised, let's just say we are being partisan for shits and giggles. Who helped set up the biolabs in Ukraine before they even became president? Barack Obama. Who was found to be laundering money out of Ukraine? Joe Biden. Who is found to be funneling money to Zelensky through the FTX and the trading firm Alameda Research Platform and donating to the Democratic Party? Sam Bankman-Fried. Who were the people in Congress who were caught money laundering out of Ukraine? Kevin McCarthy, Steve Cohen, Diane Harshbarger, John Axon, Dwight Evans, Fred Upton, etc. There are many more, of course, that were named last year, but this is about CrowdStrike. Do you now know that the bulk data collected on this outage is going to be given directly to Donald Trump? People, this reaches the highest level of government. People, ask yourself, why is this all coming out hours after Donald Trump took his nomination at the RNC? Did he tell you on July 10th that the final battle takes place in 7 days, right? Now look at all the events that has transpired since you went to sleep. This is all connected to the NSA. This is all connected to the CIA. This is all connected to the FBI. Now you can understand the magnitude of what happened with the assassination attempt much clearer, because the deep state knew that once Donald Trump became the nominee, he would no longer wait to strike, as what he now is doing is officially public knowledge and can bring everything happening behind the scenes into the forefront for public discourse, because Joe Biden took his privilege away from him 2 years ago. Now, does the phrase panic in DC make more sense now? I can go on, but I have to start on some yard work. More info bombs coming later. And this is where the Raw's alerts came out. Cybersecurity experts say this is set to be the biggest IT outage in history, as CrowdStrike shares plunged 20% in pre-market trading in New York, but CrowdStrike's CEO stated that the outage was not caused by a cyber attack. And then he goes into DNC servers. CrowdStrike. Did Russia break into DNC servers? Why did the FBI accept indirect evidence regarding DNC servers? Hack break-in by CrowdStrike in Ukraine. Does CrowdStrike possess government capability to trace break-ins? This is going to drive me crazy because there's so much here. Okay, we'll wait for Dave to come on to really go any deeper into that. But I thought it was important to let people know that things prepare for things to move faster now. Okay, yeah, this is going to be it's going to be biblical. This whole thing is going to be extremely biblical, and we just need to keep our eyes open. We need to keep our ears to the ground. We need to pay attention, learn as much as we can, share as much as we can, and stand by each other. And it's just pretty interesting. Aiming to have a level playing field for all points of view. Note, I will also express my own point of view, as not doing so would be inconsistent with freedom of speech. Here we go.
This is one of the reasons why I think Elon Musk has been so important to expanding the national debate. I know he takes a beating by some on the left because he sends out strange tweets sometimes. And so who cares? This guy is the greatest free speech warrior that we have in the modern day world. Because of him, we can have these discussions on at least one of our social media platforms. And we couldn't. And I really think that his takeover of Twitter has helped change the polling on this, the American sentiment on this, people's awareness of the problems and the true facts. This is.
Yep. Things are gonna get crazy. Can you say it with me? Things are gonna get crazy. We're gonna write a song like that. Yeah. We are going to, I'm going to drop this for a minute so that I can scroll through this stuff to get to where my starting point is going to be. We got some funny stuff mixed in. We got some serious stuff in there. We got some things that coincide with things that went on with Trump's speech last night. Those of you that joined Dave last night, Dave did a podcast here on the channel showing the Trump speech. Dana White, Dave came on, I think, right at the end of Dana White coming on, and Lee Greenwood, and then Melania came out, and then Donald Trump came out. I think Melania's speech was incredible, and I loved it. I'm going to share with you guys. Okay, I want to cover this again because I think that it's important to understand what I was talking about the other day when I was talking about the blood on the ear, to give significance to it. I know I read the scriptures on it, but let's take a listen and see what this young man has to say. Here we go.
What if I told you that the Holy Bible says not once but twice that blood on the right ear is a sign of consecration, is a sign of being devoted to God's service? That's the sign that the Lord instructed Moses to do for Aaron and his priest sons, because they were supposed to be consecrated to perform the service of the Lord. I'll read for you first from Leviticus 8:23. Moses slaughtered the ram and took some of its blood and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, same ear that President Trump was shot at, and there was blood on his ear. And then in Exodus 29:19 and 20, you read, take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head, slaughter it, take some of its blood, and put it on the lobes of the right ears of Aaron and his sons. And if you skip down a few verses, then it says that he and his sons and their garments will be consecrated.
So I think there's a lot more to that assassination attempt
What if I told
than people really think, okay? Because of the fact that we are recognizing, a lot of us already recognize this, a couple of years back, especially during the pray-a-thons, we recognized it even more that the Lord was working and doing things here in America for our future, and for the moving forward. This timeline shift, I think, is super important because of us recognizing more and more of all these things. So I wanted to show you guys this because these photographs were taken at the RNC, okay? And I was talking about this being a mask, okay? And I'm going to show you how I know it's a mask. How come he's got two lower eyelids? Two. One, two. Looking at it from the side, look at how far the eyelid sticks out from the eye. Telling you that's not J.D. Vance. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But I think that company Ambrosia already got him into deep water, and that this is going to be biblical. Okay. Let's see. I want to make sure I get to the beginning of this. I think I'm right about there. If you're able to chip in now. Okay. So I want to start with this. Kamala Harris denies that she ever tried to help Antifa or BLM insurrectionists. If you post it on the internet, it lives forever. Let's help remind her. It doesn't matter if you delete a post. The Wayback Machine can pull that post right out of your hoocha. Okay? If you're able to, chip in now to the MN Freedom Fund to help post bail for those protesting on the ground in Minnesota. Okay? That's her account. Okay? Every public school classroom in America should have a camera where parents can watch and listen during teacher instructions. Who agrees? Yep, very important. All right. So this happened, and I've seen some people take this as he was walking out on Alina Habba. That's absolutely not true.
Where's he going? What?
Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse. But tonight...
And she was a little paused because he walked out. He walked out because his wife just arrived. Okay? And that's the reason for it. All right. Exactly 100% corrupt trash reveals Adam Schiff connected to both companies named in the $7.4 billion Burisma U.S. Ukraine corruption case. Yeah. All right. I like this. The New Europeans title was headline of the of that issue was the bullet hit Trump, but it killed Joe Biden. The single gunshot that changed the trajectory of the entire world. Yep. All right. Scared of getting confronted, Rachel Maddow, Jen Psaki, and other MSNBC hosts use LED screen to make it look like they're at the RNC Milwaukee, but they're not really there. Yeah. And we actually have some more on that. Then we have the FBI and Secret Service want to hold backroom briefings about the assassination attempt against President Trump. No more sweeping the facts under the rug. We need 100% public hearings and public testimony under oath. Full disclosure. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. We, the people, are demanding it. Full disclosure.
All right, some interesting developments today. Kimberly Cheadle, the head of the U.S. Secret Service, did participate in a virtual briefing today. Senator Josh Hawley was one of the principal participants in that. Homeland Security Committee, Republican senator from Missouri. Senator, very good to have you.
Thank you.
How did it go?
But badly. I mean, let's be honest. The Secret Service is out there and the FBI now doing these secret calls, these behind the scenes briefings where, by the way, they don't really answer questions. They strictly limited the number of questions. The Secret Service director herself did not actually brief. She was present on the call, but didn't do hardly any briefing. When she did try to answer a question or two, it did not go well. She was not well prepared. This needs to be done in public. Bottom line, we need public hearings. We need a full and thorough investigation. You know, what we know about this is that there were 62 minutes, 62, between the time that the Secret Service identified the shooter as a person of interest, somebody acting suspiciously, and the time he started firing shots at the president. I mean, what in the world is going on? We've got to find out.
Yep. Full disclosure, no exceptions, period. All right. Gutfield says he saw President Trump's ear.
I don't know why he has it. By the way, so I'm going to name drop. I ran into Trump this morning, and he actually let me look at the wound. Pulled the bandage back. I got to take a look at it. It was an ugly tear, and it was, there was blood. But like America, Dana, it's healing. For 4 years of Biden, we were all Trump's ear, damaged and torn by an inspired hatred. But now the bandages have arrived, Harold, and the healing has begun.
Well done.
We'll be right back. I don't know why he has it. By the way,
what I loved was that everybody at the RNC went around all day. All day long. Incredible, right? Showing support. All right. All right. Let's see. Eric Abenanti. I probably just messed his name up. I apologize. You could hear a pin drop in the MSNBC studio after they announced a poll showing 31-point drop for black women planning to support Biden. Here we go.
There was a poll out today, a poll of African-American women showing a 31-point drop in support from 2020 to 2024 in terms of plans to vote for President Biden. That there was a
dude. I call her dude because she is a dude. Definitely Vance 2.0. Biden calls Vance a clone of Trump. Everything has meaning. Everything has meaning. All right. Here we go. Cat turd. Donald J. Trump says the great Lou Dobbs has just passed away. A friend and truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. Lou was unique in so many ways and loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be greatly missed. And actually, I did like Lou Dobbs. Now, the quote on this is, if you're not embarrassing your wife in public, are you even in love? Because we got to have some laughs, right?
Woo! You are one fine-looking woman. Dang, girl. Hey, you got a man? Honey, you better be careful in the frozen aisle. Everything's gonna melt because you're so hot. Seriously. Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please help me pick this up? I think I dropped my jaw. Hey, I just met you, and this is gravy, but here's my number. Excuse me, ma'am. Did we go to the same school together? I could have sworn we had chemistry together.
No, sir. Go away.
Well, I thought I needed some bones, but it looks like you got all the bones I need, girl.
I can hear you.
Hey, do you mind if I take a picture with you so I can show it to Santa so he knows what I want for Christmas?
Ew. There's people.
Hey, I know you probably get hit on a lot, but I was just looking at you, and girl, you are drop dead gorgeous. Let me hit on you.
Yeah. That's when you know. That's when you know you're in love, right? All right. Color me unsurprised. Former Planned Parenthood director commits suicide after police raid his home in a child porn case. What can we do? Going forward in order to look back.
Historically, the game of chess was a military sport. The pieces have names.
As far as the looking glass and so forth, his father told him the same thing. And we can get into the looking glass a little more. That's a device whereby the secret government can see the past or the future, not exactly, but approximately. And it can also act as a teleportation device. If it's angled at a 90-degree angle, it can be used and has been used as a teleportation device.
Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you look and walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that they're giving you here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access a Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2. And then down here, we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a blown up view of the looking glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. And then we're also going to consider, how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world? It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to say that she gave a speech. I meant to say she made an appearance. She came out while he was speaking, and then when he got done speaking, she came out behind him. So she started off in the balcony, in the president's box, or the president nominee box, and all that. So I'm sure these moments mean a little bit more to Trump, and he's up there with his grandkids. And I think that was awesome. That they really showed, you can imagine what his grandkids were going through, knowing what happened on Saturday. Seeing it plastered all over social media, TV, right? What's been going through their minds, and all that. All right. Y'all do realize it's time finally to find out what happened in 2020. Trump always ends up being right when he says stuff like this.
Doesn't it sound good? Now it's happening. It's happening. We shouldn't have had to wait this long, but things like that happen. A bunch of cheaters. They are cheaters like nobody's ever cheated before. Third world country. But now the time is here, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it right, and we're going to find out what happened then. But more importantly, we're going to take our country to new levels that nobody would have thought possible when you're looking at what's happened today. Let me especially thank your president, Gavin Wax. Gavin, that was an excellent speech. That was an excellent speech. Wow.
So I want to point out, I believe that Operation Warp Speed was not just about the medical. I believe that there was a lot more to it. Remember the speech he was doing, and he kept saying generators instead of ventilators. You guys remember that? I've got them producing generators. I mean ventilators. I think that there is a lot more to this, to Operation Warp Speed, than people can imagine. And I believe that we are going to start seeing that come to the forefront over this very next short period of time. I don't think that it's going to be a long one. Now, Dave covered something for me that I asked him to last night, and I want to bring it up because you guys and myself have talked about my dreams, what I've shared with you guys, and everything. And I thought that that dream that I had in regards to Clarence Thomas coming on TV and basically stating that Trump is being reinstated, that they went through all of the information in regards to the election fraud, found that there was, in fact, a major majority of fraud throughout the entirety of the United States. And then he said what Trump said, basically in a quote, that, as Donald Trump would say, if you rob a jewelry store and you get caught, do you get to keep the diamonds? No, you have to give them back. And I keep, I keep repeating this, maybe because it might manifest it, in some ways, but at other points, it is because we are seeing things coincide. Okay. And this is what I mean. Let's see. Is this an audio of this? Okay, so this is not an audio. So, all right. Supreme Court reconsiders case to reinstate Trump. Okay. And this was released on the February 7th or Okay, so the case was originally brought in 2023, but Friday is the day that they're going to look at it, and we'll see what happens. If this is the case, and the case is going to be heard, then that is going to change everything. All right. Tim Young put out this nice little meme here. It says, become an agent of the United States Secret Service, now hiring individuals with roofing experience. Yeah, because them sloped roofs. Fittest Flat Earth wants to know, hey, what's going on here? In Antarctica. Now, how did somebody get a camera into Antarctica? Interesting, though, right? Interesting. I've never seen that anomaly personally. So something. Yep. DEI gone terribly wrong. These are the heads of the Secret Service. Both need to resign today. So this is Kimberly Cheadle, the director, and the chief operating officer, Cynthia Radway. All right. And then you've got DEI hires. Yeah. Yep. Improper training. Carly Boone says, Fox showed Tucker's speech from beginning to end, and I'm going to show it to you guys now.
Please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen, Tucker Carlson.
So fun! Thank you! Oh, this is wild. Thank you.
I've been good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything.
Okay, I want to key on something he just said there. I was one of 8 billion people who watched it worldwide.
And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy.
Okay, another point that I want to make is Tucker speaking at this particular time being covered by Fox News in his original time slot time. Can you imagine the heads turning and rolling at the headquarters of Fox while Tucker Carlson is being aired in his old time slot? Crazy.
Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, as a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, he's attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. It wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and
I think that was a great speech. You know, it wasn't so much as about tearing people down as it was lifting people up. And I think that was a great way to do it. Walmart is not what you think. Listen closely.
People ask me why Walmarts are closing. The answer is simple. When I took an Army logistics class, the U.S. Army developed a logistics system for Walmart. Walmarts were strategically set up around the world to act as military distribution bases. So if we have problems in Yemen, the Special Forces takes over the Walmart in Yemen. You can order a helicopter and nuclear weapons on a Walmart logistics system. There's a back door into it. They taught me that. If you are going to have Operation Jade Helm throughout the Southwest, you seize a Walmart. You can order things such as M16 rounds. You can order an M16 to the Walmart program. So they walk into a Walmart, fire 2,200 people in California. You're all laid off. Go away. No unemployment. Get out of here. Because the military then takes over their base. The specific logistics program I was trained on in California is the same program they use at Walmart. The Walmarts are federal military posts. How many Walmarts they have, they get extra money from the government. And when the government takes over, they get a fortune from the government. Those products are redistributed to other Walmarts. In addition, the American dollar is no longer being accepted in a lot of countries. Walmart can't get products. Nobody will exchange the American dollar for the toys that we're getting at Walmart.
Yep. That's just a basic breakdown for people to understand that Walmarts are not what we think. Congressman Mike Waltz says, according to an FBI briefing, the Trump shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas.
I mean, I just talked to one of the agents a few hours ago. I talked to some Sunday. The agents are pissed. They're frustrated. They've repeatedly asked for resources. Donald Trump isn't your normal average former president. He's not Jimmy Carter sitting in the old folks home. And oh, by the way, some other things are coming out, like the shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot. So, I mean, I think this is going to go much broader, much deeper, but the agents are going to hold her to account. Their lives on the line, and she was not giving the resources they were requesting. But one other thing, Jesse, that Pittsburgh field office was the one responsible for the advance. That was clearly not done appropriately and distracted by Dr. Jill.
And the Pittsburgh field office was also responsible for covering up that bribery Ukraine tip that came in as well. Are you saying that you're getting information that says there's encrypted communications between crooks and foreign sources?
No, what we know, and this was on the briefing we just received, he had 3 encrypted overseas accounts the FBI is trying to get into.
What do you mean by overseas accounts?
Well, we know that they were based in servers overseas, and so you've got to work over there with the FBI liaisons overseas to start getting into them through their authorities.
Do you believe this attempt on the former president's life has some sort of foreign nexus?
Well, we know the Iranians have been trying for years, not only him, but everybody, Pompeo and others, involved in the Soleimani strike. And we also know, it's finally come out, many of us have been fighting this for years, that they pulled National Security Advisor O'Brien's detail completely away. He's had to go to his own private security and local law enforcement. So there is all kinds of issues here. And we're going to get to the bottom of it starting on Monday.
Yeah, I'm just not so sure I believe everything that I'm being told about what's inside his phone yet. I just don't trust the people doing this investigation.
Nobody trusts the people who are in charge of this investigation. Nobody. And this is why Donald Trump got up and walked out while Alina Habba was, I think that's her name, was speaking. Was because his wife showed up. So former President Donald J. Trump with Melania in the house. Yep. All right. How many versions? Let's talk about J.D. Vance a little bit. Here we go.
Like, how many versions of J.D. Vance are there? Quite literally, there's no two alike. I'm gonna need more popcorn. Damn. The plot thickens.
I need more popcorn, she said. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't take much. All right. There are many great reasons to vote Democrat. Here we go.
Reasons you should keep voting Democrat. You like sending money to other countries but can't take care of your own household? Vote Democrat. You like whining about police brutality and police reform, but then when you control most of the government, don't do anything about it for 3 years? Vote Democrat. You want your kids drafted? Vote Democrat. You want to warn everyone about global warming and then make them charge their cars using diesel generators? Vote Democrat. If you yell about women's empowerment, but then can't tell the difference between men and women, but then complain about toxic male masculinity, you should be voting Democrat.
Yep. Keep voting Democrat. Yep. Okay, so I want to talk about this timeline shifted because my sky at night since Saturday, I go out. The sky is clear as a bell. The stars are all out, but there's a red hue in the sky. And let's see what this guy says.
I don't think we're in the third dimension anymore. I think we timeline jumped. And there's a theory going around right now that Trump survived that shot because we timeline jumped, because in The Simpsons, he died or some shit. He got shot and died, but I guess we timeline jumped into the new world, the positive timeline, and he survived. So this shit is crazy, and I kind of believe it, because look at this fucking sky. Like, you can't tell me we're in the third dimension anymore. Even the shadows that everyone's been seeing by the side of their eyes and shit. It's just this realm does not feel physical anymore. I know people's dreams been intense. This shit feels like we are in the spiritual realm. It feels less dense. Tell me this shit don't look like a movie. Look at this fucking view. We are definitely in a new timeline. Holy shit.
And that right there is exactly what my sky looks like at night.
I don't think we're in the third.
Yep. All right. Disturbing video shows a 58-year-old veteran, Leticia Gonzalez Triplett, slowly drowning in a pool while multiple staff and onlookers walk by, ignoring her struggle. Triplett struggled to stay afloat for about 25 minutes, at times gripping the pool edges for support. For nearly 10 minutes, she was seen motionless, face down in the water, while several individuals looked at her but did not intervene. She was finally pulled from the water more than 20 minutes after entering, only after a swimmer in an adjacent pool noticed her. Sadly, it was too late. And you'll see these
entered the pool and began exercising, kicking her legs while gripping the side of the pool wall. It's after 25 minutes of exercise, her legs stop kicking, and we see Triplett gripping the side of the pool, moving towards the stairs. For a few minutes, Triplett attempts to pull herself out of the pool using the handrails. During this point, other members walk by her, going down the stairs. Triplett fighting for her life, no one seeming to notice. Shortly after, Triplett appears to kick herself away from the stairs, where she drowns. For 10 minutes, Triplett appeared motionless in the pool. According to the LVAC, she was floating on her back. During this 10-minute period, other members swimming and even walking right by her. After a sum total of 20 minutes of no one noticing a struggle or lack of movement, it's when this member jumps in. Then more members gathering to pull Triplett out. According to the Health District report, it's after a minute that an LVAC employee is seen on camera. Paramedics arriving shortly thereafter.
That woman died needlessly. Needlessly. It's funny that there's a camera on there, a camera on that pool, and nobody's watching it. That staff members are not out there and doing anything. Yeah. She probably did say something. We can't hear any audio on that, though. So, video footage from 1963 shows Secret Service agents being given stand-down orders moments before John F. Kennedy was assassinated, causing them to become visibly perplexed. And this is what we're talking about here. Watch closely. It's like, why are you pulling me off of here? Why are you pulling me off of here? Our government's done so many screwed up things. It's ridiculous. Yep. Looks like CNN is admitting defeat after Amber Rose explained why she's voting for Donald Trump at the RNC. CNN commentator Van Jones says that was probably the most dangerous speech for Democrat coalition. She's way more famous than any of us up here. It's over. Even CNN knows it. Yep.
The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates.
These kinds of voices, I heard some grousing about this from some of the conservative. This is how you change the composition of the electorate.
That was probably the most dangerous speak for the Democratic coalition. That is a young woman of color She's describing the experience a lot of people have, feeling that maybe if you're around too many liberals, you might get criticized too much, or you might not be able to speak your mind. And she spoke to it really well. And she's way more famous than any of us up here.
The left.
Yep. 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 Okay, here's a curious question. Is the Devil's Tower a horn and not a tree? This is pretty interesting. You'll want to check this out. Here we go with the fittest flat earther. Here we go.
So you think the Devil's Tower is a giant petrified tree? Well, are you sure about that? Because I thought the same thing at first. And now, with an open mind and presented new information, I think it's something very different. And when you do a quick YouTube search and there's tons of information about it being a tree, that should cause you to question it. And I've done multiple posts talking about how the Devil's Tower is a giant petrified tree. So believe me, I was there. But this information that I'm going to provide you, I think there's going to be no doubt of what it really is. So because it never resonated 100% with me that this was a giant petrified tree, I decided to do what I do. And I checked it out, and I checked out the surrounding area. You might not see it at first, but you will. So I want you to look right here. Here's the Devil's Tower, and I want you to look right here. It looks like a giant alligator snout to me. And stick with me, because I'm going to show you a lot more. Because alligator head and even eyes, and when you zoom in, you can see something that looks very similar to an alligator's claw. So similar, in fact, that it's almost undeniable. And when you look back to this alligator head all across here that I was outlining, and you compare it to an alligator's head, it even has an alligator eye right there. And when you do another side-by-side of the full alligator claw, even with the scales here, and you compare it to what we see in the Google Maps, there's no denying what that is. So at this point, if you're still with me, you might be asking yourself, well, what part of the giant alligator from before the flood would have something that looks like the Devil's Tower? Well, did you know that ancient alligators had horns? I just happened to find a lovely little article talking about how extinct horned crocodiles, basically an alligator, has a new spot in the Tree of Life, and that they used to exist, and that there are actually still horned alligators and crocodiles. And not only that, but that these small horns are often found behind their eyes. And it just so happens that the Devil's Tower matches up pretty close to where their behind their eyes would be. And have you ever actually looked at the curvature of the Devil's Tower? Because to me, that's not a tree. That's a rhino horn. And it seems to have a very similar curvature. And not only that, but a rhino horn also has very similar patterns as the Devil's Tower and a very similar base. So similar, in fact, that when you compare them side by side in each of those instances, it's hard to deny what this actually is, especially when you look at the geography in this giant alligator head. Now, what I do want to show you is that I think this alligator's claw is actually over here, and that there's another alligator that died right on top or above him, and that's the one whose claw I'm showing you, just so you get the full picture. So the question is this information provided to you in this video outweigh what you thought you knew? And if it does, are you able to adapt to new truth? Or are you too closed-minded because you already know that's a petrified tree, just like you knew you lived on one of these? This was all for entertainment purposes, of course. I know the Devil's Tower is just a volcanic rock formation that happened over millions of years, not at all a horn growing out of an ancient, giant pre-flood alligator. Entertainment only. Have a nice day.
I love his content. He does such a
So
great
you
job.
think The Devil's Tower is a giant petrified tree.
Yeah, let's go here. And there's the link for that. Those of you on X can find it in on my feed. If somebody wants to drop that over on Facebook, that'd be cool too. I'd appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Laura Loomer says, yeah, conservatives said this was happening. The media called us conspiracy theorists. Associated Press says, this is always funny when they get busted. The largest housing provider for unaccompanied migrant children engaged in sexual abuse and harassment of its children in its care, the Justice Department says. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I agree. Biden is the trafficker in chief. Yep. All right. So Lake Tahoe, of all places, if you don't understand, you are in a war, a literal war between patriotic Americans and those who want you dead. You or someone you know will eventually become prey. It will not end well for you. Understand this. This is not the country of your parents. We're living in a demon-filled bucket of human rubbish, ignoring the fact that fact will get you dead. And this is done from people's cameras there in Lake Tahoe. Cameras on their houses and stuff. Happening in America today. Yep. Thank you, Dane. We appreciate you putting that out. Just in, Trump would-be assassin Thomas Matthew Crooks had 2 cell phones and 3 encrypted accounts overseas. Well, we'll wait until more information is pulled about that. So. I guess CrimeNet says he's invited to the cookout for sure. Yep. All right. Val Thor says, just maybe. Maybe they aren't conspiracy theorists. Maybe they just see something you don't yet. Maybe they aren't conspiracy theorists. Maybe they've learned something you haven't yet. Maybe they aren't conspiracy theorists. Maybe they understand a pattern you don't see yet. Maybe they aren't crazy. Maybe they actually see through the propaganda and even in the face of ridicule are trying to translate it to you. Yeah. Interesting. Here we go. She's back. It's what I was talking about. Right?
It was not just the titans or the massive ancient trees. Though perhaps if you look into the King of Wing in New Mexico, you'll find the axe that was used to cut down some of these trees, though a much smaller version. Geology really truly is nothing more than the study of hardened biology. These are not just a few examples of mushrooms that look like rocks. You can literally find hundreds and thousands of these all over the world, told to us that they're nothing more than just erosion. Much like the giant trees, they say, are nothing more than hexagonal columns spewing ancient volcanoes. They'll never replicate it again in recent times. In order for us to be sold on the lie of the theory of evolution, they had to dismiss our much larger past, the giants and all the inhabitants along with it. And as always, the parasites of this realm told us to dismiss the evidence of our eyes and ears. It was their final and most essential command. But once your eyes are truly open, you can see these mud fossils everywhere. And it is certainly no pareidolia. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
Oh, thank you. All right. Okay, so the pretty big news. The Eighth Circuit Appeals Court blocks Biden's illegal and unconstitutional student debt forgiveness plan. Appellant's emergency motion for an administrative stay prohibiting the appellees from implementing or acting pursuant to the final rule until this court rules on the appellant's motion for an injunction pending appeal is granted. Boom. The order seems to go much further than the Missouri court's original injunction, which only blocked student loan forgiveness under SAVE. The Eighth Circuit Court's order could be read to block the entire program, including lowering payments, generous subsidies to prevent runaway interest accruals, and and automated income recertification. Joe Biden can no longer buy votes. Yeah. This was kind of interesting. Rumors are circulating that Trump shooter Matthew Crooks was acting on behalf of the Israeli government after 3 encrypted overseas accounts were just discovered by the FBI on his computer. Do I believe the FBI? Absolutely not. Shapeshifting on camera.
Okay, I've got 2 videos of people transforming into reptilians, or what as it seems that they're transforming. Check this guy out. See his eyes? And I've got one more for you after this. Watch his eyes. Look, see it? Are they even trying to hide it any longer? Check that out. Wow. I got one more for you. Check this one out. This one's a little blurry and it's a little older, but check it out. Watch his face. Look at it bubbling, transforming, morphing. And then he moves away when he notices. Watch this. He'll move out of the way. A lot of people won't catch that. See it transforming? I know people are going to say it's satellite blue. Could be. Look, he knows what to say. Look, he got out of it. Leave your comments. Let me know what you think.
Interesting. We know they're here. So, 2 days after a failed assassination attempt, Juan O. Satan, Fed 107, a.k.a. Wayne Willett, calls for our U.S. president's demise. Arrest Michael Flynn, Trump guilt 2024. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, there's absolutely no way I would support Mike Gill as a vice president of the United States. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah. And now he's saying that Trump's going to have a heart attack. Yeah. And the thing is that book I read of his was so great for helping the people to wake up. But the thing is we woke up too much, Juan. Yeah. Yep. You pushed it. Now, I try to explain to you guys what I go through with these dogs, especially on rainy days. This guy explains it the best. You get it yet? You get it? You see what I go through? Yeah. All right. Under Secretary Mayorkas, the Secret Service destroyed records related to the January 6th, despite preservation commands from congressional committees and IG Kufari. Americans deserve transparency about the attempted assassination of Trump. Mayorkas has forfeited trust. Yeah.
So did Secretary Mayorkas hold anybody accountable for the deletion of those records and those cell phone records?
I'm not aware of it.
Are you still trying to get them from Secretary Mayorkas?
Well, you know, our committee has disbanded.
So you're not interested in that and pursuing that any further. The fact that you said, I'm going to read your words back to you, appears to be contrary to the Federal Records retention requirements and may represent a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. I think if 4 committees of Congress gave a preservation notice and the Secret Service deleted those communications, that's obstruction of Congress. I think we should still be looking into that, regardless of when we found out about it, and frankly, regardless of who the president is. But it seems to me that Mayorkas hasn't done anything about this. And according to the Secret Service statement from 2022, it looks like they were still in the process of deleting these cell phone records when Mayorkas was secretary. I would hope that he would be as troubled about this as I am.
And you're not. Yeah. And you're not. Yep. All right. Joy Reid, Jen Psaki, and other MSNBC hosts outed for using fake LED screen and pretending to be at the RNC. I found the actual set, and it's basically a cubicle with 2 chairs. Here we go.
Since anyone can remember, since George Wallace, I think.
first of all,
And you're actually here live.
we are here
We're
live,
live. Just
as,
wanted to point
as
that out.
opposed to some other networks that just have a big LED. Who shall remain nameless?
Yeah. How about that?
Since anyone can.
Yep. Acting like they're there, but they ain't. Yep. All right. MAGA has no race, no religion, no gender, no age. MAGA is we the people. Here.
Your pandemic didn't work. Your impeachments didn't work. Your January 6th didn't work. Your social media censorship, your bullshit indictments, your unconstitutional attempts to remove him from the ballot. Nope, didn't work. Your baseless lawsuits, your 34 counts, comparing him to Hitler. Your attempts to bankrupt him did not work. Your attempts to remove his Secret Service detail. Your Project 2025 and your Epstein files, no funciono. And your bullets didn't work. June 15th, 2015, Donald Trump came down that escalator, and Democrats and Rhino Republicans haven't been the same. It has been a barrage of unrelenting smear campaigns from his political enemies on all sides of the spectrum. What we witnessed yesterday is the culmination of 9 years of media manipulation and dirty politics. When you plant the seeds inside the minds of weak-minded people by telling them that a former president is the second coming of Hitler, that he is a full-scale threat to our democracy, whatever that means. And you literally have influencers and celebrities alike advocating for his assassination. I am not surprised by the radical increase of the possibility of violence in America. Some of you almost got what you wanted yesterday, but you can't stop the will of God. So now that you've exhausted all of your options, just take this pending L with the utmost style and grace. Trump 2024 now more than ever, and it ain't even close.
Mm-hmm. People are speaking up, speaking out. They're done. The president says goodbye to the firefighter who lost his life protecting his family during the assassination attempt. And I will have you guys know that he attempted to go to the services yesterday, okay, and wanted to go to the funeral today, but Secret Service told him no. Just so everybody knows that.
I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Is 100% a man of the people. Without a chart, I wouldn't be here. This was probably one of the biggest statements that he could have made clearly during his speech last night. Here we go.
But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look.
Said something there. Kathy, I saw that. I ended up having to turn away from that because of the fact that that I had to get ready for the podcast here. So I hope he does go. Honestly, I hope he does because that shows more balls than anybody in political history ever had. Ever in the history of politics, period. Yep. CCP infiltration. New York Times journalist who called all Trump supporters enemies of the state turned out to be a Chinese Communist Party operative who worked for the CCP-controlled Beijing Review. Yeah. She got nailed. And by the way, remember all the people who hate America and said disgusting things about Trump after the shooting are mentally sick. I call them separatists. As time goes on, you will see more. Wait, the news missed this? The dude believed that he was a chick. Yeah, your shooter was trans. Well, this is how the U.S. government prevents us from having free electricity. The Invention Secrecy Act. This is one of three. The Invention Secrecy Act of 1951, enacted February 1st, 1952, codified at 35 USC 17, is a body of United States federal law designed to prevent disclosure of new inventions and technologies that, in the opinion of the selected federal agencies, present an alleged threat to the economic stability or the national security of the United States. We want our patents released now. You are done dictating to the American people. The American people dictate to you. Period. George Papadopoulos says Washington Post columnist Max Boot's wife was just charged with being a foreign agent. This is just to verify the information that I had just read. This after years of him writing and calling me, Trump, and other agents and others agents of foreign powers. You cannot make this up. And this was one of the articles written in the opinion. Here are 18 reasons Trump could be a Russian asset. Yeah. So here we go. Let's see. Let's make this bigger so I can read this. Bigger so I can read this. All right. On Friday, New York Times. This is in 2019, January 13, 2019. On Friday, the New York Times reported that in the days after President Trump fired James Comey as FBI director, law enforcement officials became so concerned by the president's behavior. Okay. Well, Sue Mi Terry, the wife of Washington Post columnist Max Boot, failing to register as a, Max Boot was charged with failing to register as a foreign agent and conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. According to an indictment made public Tuesday in Manhattan federal court, prosecutors allege that Terry promoted South Korea's policy positions, disclosed non-public U.S. government information to South Korea intelligence officers, and facilitated access for South Korea government officials to their American counterparts. Yep. Banging a spy, just like Fartwell. Yep. All right, this can't be real. Well, we'll see.
Oh, she's not.
No.
No, she said it on.
Why is she so afraid to get so close?
Okay, here we go. She got it. She got it on the right side this time.
Oh my gosh. Okay, stop.
Why did she keep saying? Wait, she's taking up so many lanes. That's not the side. There's
not the side.
She's running.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Look at her. She just got it. Here.
Okay, there you go.
Here we go. She's got it, right? Where is she going?
She's doing she just did a circle.
Does she think that the circle... Did you hear him? Oh, there she found the gas tank.
Okay, she found the gas height. I mean, it's on the correct side.
That's the right side.
That's the correct side. It's
She's
just
so far away.
Yeah, they stopped recording at that point there because they realized that you can't fix some blondes. You can't. I'm sorry to say it, guys. I don't get how. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't. Disgraced Speaker Pelosi has been infiltrated by the CCP. The woman on the right, a close friend of Nancy Pelosi, was indicted yesterday and identified as a Chinese spy. How many other close friends are keeping our Congress company? Yeah, this lady right here. Chinese spy. Yeah. All right. Here we go. We are living in a new America. Something's changed. Let's take a listen. Let's read what he's going to be what he's commenting to. Says reply to Norma Espinoza's comment. You are talking about Donald Trump because he was the one that put those kids in cages, separate, damned from their parents. Were the parents never found their kids? Oh man, you guys can't hear it, can you? Dang it! If I can't hear it, you can't hear it. Let's see. Okay, so this is his comment. I'll have to read it to you because you can't hear it. Okay. Look, this is the last time I will reply to you because I'm a busy man. I got things to do, but I hope that I can help you, encourage you to look into what I'm saying. When you talk about the cages and everything, let's talk about the cages since you think it was Trump that separated those kids from their parents. You know why they separated those kids from their parents at the border? Because Obama had signed a law that if you arrived at the border with a child, regardless, they were letting you in. A lot of these kids, once they separated these people, the person that brought the child was led into the U.S. and that child disappeared. So what they are started doing is they started taking blood tests, right? And I know the news told you, oh my God, they started doing blood tests to figure out if what these kids were saying was true, because the kids that were old enough to speak were saying that they didn't know. Once they separated them from the person that brought them, they were saying they didn't know who these people were, that they were abducted in their towns in Mexico, relation to this relation to this person. And there was a lot that weren't. Now, I know that the hatred that you have for Trump won't allow you to look into what I'm telling you, but do you really think that someone like me with family from Mahawquin, I think that's pronounced, I could be wrong, which I believe you have too, do you really think that I would support a racist? You don't get prouder Mexicanos than my dad. Okay. Now, do I think Trump is perfect? No. But if you are willing to ignore all the things that Obama and Biden did to our people, like I mentioned, gun running into Mexico, to the cartels, right now, right here now, these estimates there's estimates that there's more than 100,000 children missing under the Biden administration. 100,000 children missing. And you want to make excuses for Biden because somebody told you that Trump is racist. Yet our own people are making guerrillas for this man. Okay. Our own people are starting to wake up and understand that the media has lied the same way they lied about the president of Mexico. They lied about AMLO. Why is it that the media continues to try to bash the people? They tried to wake people up to the corruption. They have tried to help Mexico and has done things for the people of Mexico that no one ever has ever done, and has exposed the corruption, and the media uses their branch of the communication to bash him. Yet you can look in Mexico and the people love him because just like here in America, he is for the people. Now, Norma, if you don't want to look into what I said, then there's nothing else for me to say to you. Have a good one. And I think that that's cool. I'm glad that he put a text up there, the text of his talk as well, so that way there we knew what he was talking about. All right. My warning to J.D. Vance. Expect the left to use the same lawfare against you as they are doing with @real Donald Trump.
Congratulations to Senator Vance for being picked as Trump's vice presidential running mate. As far as Judicial Watch is concerned, it doesn't look like he has any major ethics issues. But my warning to Senator Vance is be prepared for the left to make up fake allegations against you and try to jail you. The left has thrown out any adherence to the rule of law. So be prepared for the deluge. Good luck and God bless.
Any plans for this coming election? How can we make sure that... You
didn't hear a word I just said. You guys didn't hear a word I just said. I said, I wonder if Tom Fenton, this guy down here, knows about ambrosia. Be interesting to get his take on that. Actually, I should respond with that. And Tom, my curiosity is going to get the better, of me and ask you if you looked into ambrosia, a startup company using children's blood for age regression. Let's see if Tom responds to me. This was a startup that J.D. Vance was involved with. And we'll see if he responds. Seeing that I have donated numerous times to him to help pay for FOIA requests and things like that. I've donated multiple times to Judicial Watch back when the farm was running the way that it should have been and making money and all that. So, all right. Kara Costernabo, request your mail-in ballot, says Mike Lindell. Let's take a listen. Here we go.
Any plans for this coming election? How can we make sure that similar things don't happen as last time?
Okay, and all of you listen up. This is very important. This is probably the most important question I've gotten. What are we going to do to secure our election platforms? Everyone in the United States, no matter where you live, should request your mail-in ballot. You get it, you do not open it. You secure it. You have pulled it off the dirty voter rolls. Don't open it. When you go in to vote, and if they say to you, you've already voted, you pull it out and say, no, I haven't. You have it. It's called identity theft then. You can call your local sheriff. This will be something we didn't have in the last 2 elections. It's a different crime. It's like when they got Al Capone on tax evasion. We need to get this. They can sit there and say, you can't look in the machines, you can't do that. But you know what? They can't deny it. When people went in for the last 3 elections, went in and they said, you've already voted. If you didn't have that with you, you had no proof. They're going, sure, you didn't vote. The district attorney, a district Democrat in Texas 3 months ago, she went in to vote. They said, oh, no, you've already voted. And she had a fit. But you can't unless you have that mail-in ballot. And let me tell you, we need this so bad. The manifestation of this election is so important to the world. We have to get rid of these computers and electronics, be like other countries, and go to paper ballots hand counted. And we need everybody's help. You go to LindellPlan.com, everybody. LindellPlan.com. We lay it out there in 10 things. Now, you can still, just because you have a mail-in ballot, of course you can still vote on election day. Right, but you protect your ballot. What's going to happen in this election? We have all these deviations. But Donald Trump is favored so much right now that have to steal another 10 million votes. Add on to the other 50 million they stole in 2020. That's 25 million votes. The deviations will stand out like a sore thumb. And let me tell you, imagine the voter rolls. Here in Wisconsin have the dirtiest voter rolls in the country. 7 million names are on their voter rolls. If everybody voted in Wisconsin that could register to vote, it's 4,200,000. And a horrible uniparty blocker named Robin Voss has stopped everything in Wisconsin. It's very bad. I run up against the Democrats wanted the machines gone for 2 decades. I run up against uniparty Republicans that stop me at every level. Crooked Brad Rassenberger down in Georgia, Robin Voss here in Wisconsin. Let me tell you one other example. Kim Hammers in Arkansas. Cleburne County, Arkansas voted a year and a half ago to go to paper ballots. You can do that at the county level. They voted to go to paper ballots. All the other towns in counties in Arkansas were going to follow suit. What happened was this guy named Kim Hammers, a senator there, pushed a bill through. You know what the bill said? If you're a county in Arkansas and you go to paper ballots, we defund your county. Really, so we really need everybody's help. We need everybody's help to go to LindellPlan.com and get involved, because we have 2 things there. We need everybody to get involved, and everyone, you're like deputized. You need to. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican. You need to get your mail-in ballot, and when you go to vote, if they say you voted, it's identity theft. Now imagine what will happen in this next election. Let's say it's too big to rig and our great real president's in. He has said, in his biggest cheers he's got at the rallies are, when I get in, we're going to go to same-day voting, paper ballots, hand count. That everybody knows that's what we have to. But he's going to need help. What will he have is he'll have everyone in the country united that, hey, these are the best practices. We've got to do that. You get the people behind that. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, everybody wants elections, not selection of the people. Now, let's say that they steal it. Let's say they override them. These deviations are out there like a sore thumb. Well, then on this side, we hope the Democrats demand to look into the machines. If it's this way, we hope everybody would demand to look, because you got to explain these things. Now, if everybody gets their mail-in ballot off the dirty voter rolls, and what will happen is these guys, because Donald Trump is so favored, it's like a teeter-totter. You're grabbing all these names. Everyone says they're going to grab illegals too. Well, you grab them all, and you keep piling them on that side of the teeter-totter to override Donald Trump's vote. What happens is you end up with a Pennsylvania. Everybody knows in Pennsylvania you had more votes than voters in the last 3 elections. They're going to keep piling on there. Imagine every state having more votes than voters. This is what we're going to have would happen. But you guys need to request that mail-in ballot. It's so important. Put it in your thing, seal it. When you go to vote, and if they say you voted, no, I haven't. You call your sheriff. We've laid everything out for you to do. So it's like if I told you were all going to get China virus 2.0 in a month, you'd think we'd all be wearing masks and eating outside here in Wisconsin in the winter and telling us we can't do this, I can't do that. No, we will never. Fool us once, you're not fooling us twice. You come and steal our election here in the United States in this coming election. I don't care if it's local levels. I don't care if it's stealing it from a Democrat or Republican. You're stealing it from the people. We are not going to have it. These anomalies and deviations will have to be explained, but we need something to back it up. People didn't understand cyber evidence, or they didn't want to believe that people would use computers to steal our lives. But this is the way it is, and this is what happened. And for 3.5 years, we've had people all over this country, hundreds of thousands of man hours, and it's all come down to this. This is the go ahead, vote, vote, vote. But you know what? all of you, if we request that too, they don't know which ones are going to mail in their ballot. They don't know which ones are coming in same day. This is what will secure our elections.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lindell.
Yeah, we know about that, RM. We were talking about that, about the effect that Crowdstrike has had on many systems, including hospitals and everything else as well. All right. Apparently, Yahoo will not allow you to comment Trump 2024. If you do, it says some members of the community may find your comment inappropriate. Try again. But guess what? Biden 2024 is completely acceptable. Yahoo, calling you out.
Hey guys, this is Yahoo News. This is how the leftist media is stopping our voices. Watch what happens when I type in Trump. Let's spell it right, Vinny. Trump 2024. Post it. Oh my God. Some members of the community may find your comment inappropriate. What's inappropriate about that? Okay, that's fine. Check this out. Biden 2024. Oh, that went through no problem. This is exactly what's happening, guys. This is firsthand proof of us getting silenced. But I can't put Trump 2024. But I can put Biden 2024. Ridiculous. Share this, guys. This is what's happening.
So if you currently use Yahoo, stop. Stop. Yep. All right. Watch out. Democrat Councilwoman Susan Zhang was arrested for biting a police officer. Here we go.
The NYPD actually showed us a picture of that bite mark, and at the center of all of this is a controversial plan to bring a homeless shelter here, which is what the councilwoman actually opposes. Shortly after being arraigned on assault charges amid a protest in Bensonhurst, Councilwoman Susan Zhang once again joined protesters that evening to oppose a proposed homeless shelter in her district. The councilwoman, seen dressed in pink, is accused of biting a police chief after a protest got heated Wednesday morning. Zhang's attorney speaking for her after the arraignment.
I'm confident that once the facts and circumstances come out about what happened this morning, the case against her will not proceed.
According to the criminal complaint, that officer had broken skin, teeth marks, along with substantial pain, and was given an antiviral cocktail and tetanus shot at the hospital. But her office and some protesters say she was yanked from behind amid the tussle.
From the video, you will see that she was attacked. They grabbed her, choked her, and we don't know who. We're not making any allegations who did it. But when you're in the midst of all of that, things happen.
Police say they were helping an elderly protester who had fallen under the barricade, adding that when they tried to arrest the councilwoman, she bit a police chief.
We are disappointed in Councilmember Susan Zhang. Like, she is a great partner, but we will not tolerate. This is what she did to the officer. Bit the officer on the arm, as you can see, the bite wound.
Those who oppose the shelter say they have safety concerns over 150 men being housed near schools, adding that they will continue to make their voices heard.
The message is very clear that we don't want a homeless shelter to be erected here at 25th Avenue and 86th Street because it's in our backyard.
And there's a possibility that protesters will gather here once again later today. That's why you're seeing a police presence behind me. They still have those barricades up. As far as the city council, they are basically saying they're waiting for the investigation to play out. And they're adding that violence is.
I believe that's the Chinatown section in New York. I don't know much about that area. I never went there when I was out in that out in that district area or anything like that. So. Yeah, it appears that that's a very large Asian community, and they've already got like 4 shelters in that area, filled up all the shelters that they already had, and now the overflow part of it is coming around, and they're trying to take over more buildings and turn them into more migrant shelters. Yeah, illegal immigrant shelters is actually what they are. And by the way, Mayorkas came forward yesterday and said that he's banning the words illegal immigrant. Well, Mayorkas, you little bitch, come and make me shut up. They're illegals. Illegal immigrants. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Oh, excuse my French. All right. Laura Loomer, the FBI just declined a request by Congress for former director Christopher Wray to testify next week about the attempted assassination of President Trump. Outrageous. Looks like the deep state is sad their plot to kill Trump failed. On Wednesday, July 24th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the House Judiciary Committee next week is holding a hearing to examine the FBI's investigation into the assassination attempt against President Trump and the ongoing politicization of the Bureau. FBI Director Christopher Wray has been ordered to attend the hearing. So the info's here and everything, and Christopher Wray said, nope, I'm not coming. But I believe that it was Mayorkas who put the is saying no, you can't go. All right, we're going to go into Leeds, UK now because there's a lot of stuff happening there. Hundreds of Muslims riot in Harrow Hills, Leeds, smashing police vehicles and attacking officers. Meanwhile, this is the town's newly elected local councillor. Is anyone surprised? We don't need to watch all of that because we're going to have more stuff coming up here.
Raise the voice of Palestine! Allahu Akbar!
Yeah.
Raise the voice of Palestine! Allahu Akbar!
Yeah. Good thing you don't live in my neighborhood, pal, because you pull that here and you'd be toast. Two dogs digging a hole get busted by the owner. This is kind of cute. There is no audio to it, so he's like, uh-oh, hey, pal, hey, I think we're in trouble. Yep. Yep. All right. J.D. Vance said his mother had 19 guns. A 19-gun salute is customary at the funerals of vice presidents. The real Vance is dead. 19-gun salute is done in honor of dignitaries such as vice presidents, Senate and National Assembly speakers, chief justices, state governors, and chiefs of staff, and five-star generals in the U.S. Even though real guns are involved, a military funeral and other honor guards do not fire live artillery shells, but blanks. A source familiar with the details, but would rather remain anonymous, says the interval between the booms is there's a certain amount. Yeah. All right. So Toby, like all dogs, knows a lying piece of shit when they hear him. Yep. Here we go. I think I need a cow now. This is actually kind of funny too. Here we go.
Hey, you want to know the best part about pet cows, other than the fact that they're just big dogs? The cuteness aggression. Because here's the thing. We all have it. You see a cute cat, you see a cute kid, you just want to squeeze it, you know? But you can't. You can with these. Her face is the size of my body. So I can just give her the biggest squeeze I got. And she doesn't care. That didn't hurt. She loved it. That was such a forceful kiss. Didn't even affect her. Look, I can slap instead of a boop, and it doesn't hurt her because she's big girl. She's big girl. You just see, I got it. You can get it out. She doesn't mind. You give her some scratches, she's like, squeeze the shit out of me. And look, I can even do this. Ready? I can do a full body cuteness aggression. I just squeeze. Squeeze. And you just feel better. You just feel better. It's great. 10 out of 10 recommend.
So everybody go out and get a pet cow. All right, here's another Tom Fenton. We'll have to look to see if he responds to my statement earlier, or my question earlier. I'll keep a watch for that off on the side. All right, it says Tom Fenton says new Butler County Sheriff deputies did not wear body cams. Independent news. What was I just talking about on the podcast yesterday? Where are the body cams? Where's the body cam footage? Right? Here we go.
Hey, as I've reported, Judicial Watch has launched a massive investigation into the Trump assassination attempt. We have multiple Freedom of Information Act requests out at the state, federal, and local level. I have an update for you. The Butler County Sheriff's Department told us that responding officers and those there did not have body cam footage, and they're obviously responding to the rest of our requests. But there you have some detail. A key law enforcement agency doesn't have video, allegedly, of body cams of the Trump assassination. And Judicial Watch will continue the heavy lifting with our expert team of investigators when it comes to the issues of intelligence, national security, the expertise related to being a sniper. Judicial Watch has it all covered just with our expert staff. And so there's no one better equipped to get to the truth about the Trump assassination attempt than your Judicial Watch.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it, Tom. I'll believe it when I see it. But I want to answer to my question. Joy Reid is big mad.
If Joe Biden had given a rambling, shambling, all over the place speech like that, elected Democrats would be demanding that the 25th Amendment be invoked immediately. They would scramble, even worse than they are now, to jettison him as the candidate for president, and we would be questioning his mental acuity.
Hey, Joy Reid, nobody gives a fuck what your opinion is anymore, okay? There may have been a time that people listened to you, but guess what? That time has come to a complete end. All right? So what we saw earlier in the first Leeds video I showed you was early in the day. Now, Leeds tonight showed the world the consequences of mass immigration. You give them a home, you give them benefits, you give them safety, and they give you hell. Ungrateful scroungers. And this is what they did. They set a bus on fire, police cars on fire.
Ooh, that's really hot.
On fires in the middle of the street. Yeah, don't they know it's fire season? Yeah. All right. So a lot of people were questioning why Hulk Hogan was speaking at the convention yesterday. Well, understand this, okay? One of the stories that Terry Bollea, that's his real name, Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea stated while on stage he said, I am an entertainer, but Donald Trump is a fighter. He says, I remember Donald Trump being at my first heavyweight championship win 32 years later or 30 years later, these two are the stars at the Republican National Convention. And that's the night that Hulk won his first World Heavyweight Championship. Okay. So, all right. Here's another Tom Fenton. Secret Service is a corrupt mess, as Judicial Watch has been demonstrating for years. Imagine working at your place where your president, Biden, allows their dogs to attack you and nothing is done by Secret Service leadership. Yep. All right. Huge new documents show Joe Biden is personally responsible. Here we go.
Hey everyone, Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton here. We got some crazy documents from the Secret Service about Joe Biden's crazy dog commander attacking Secret Service personnel. According to the documents which we got thanks to a federal FOIA lawsuit, Joe had the dog when he attacked Secret Service. One of the incidents showed that Joe was walking the dog, had the dog, when the dog attacked the Secret Service agent twice. Bit him on the arm, not once, but twice, while Joe had the dog. Other documents show the Secret Service was trying to delete records. It shows without a shadow of a doubt that Joe Biden is personally responsible for the attacks of his dogs and Secret Service personnel. Of course, Joe had the dog from other documents we know when the dog attacked Secret Service as well. So both are responsible for, it looks like, upwards of 2-3 dozen attacks on Secret Service and White House personnel. What type of insanity is going on over there in the White House that the first couple would allow their dogs to attack Secret Service personnel repeatedly? And of course, all this was exposed only thanks to the heavy lifting of Judicial.
Yeah, don't toot your own horn because we were already reporting on that. But it was good. It's good to be informed that you guys got your FOIA requests and got more information on it. That's great. The cannibal chef goner, trailblazing Portland chef Naomi Pomeroy dies in a tubing accident at 49, and she is the one who was a famous chef for cooking people. Yeah, cooking human flesh. All right, here we go.
Mag dat? Nee.
I didn't do nothing, Dad. I didn't do nothing. It stuck to my paw. It stuck to my. That's how I got it. It stuck to my paw. I was just chewing it off. You see, I was just chewing it off. Yeah. All right. JD's wife, Usha Vance, comes out wearing blue and hiding one eye. Can we say Eye of Horus? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's a big club and you ain't in it. Yeah. It's a big club and you ain't in it. Yeah. Just some things to think about. That's all. All right. Let's continue. This is a dog sitter. If I was that dog, I'd be having cat for dinner. Mm-hmm. Isn't this something? New way to steal packages. Yep. Okay. The world's gone nuts. Yep. All right. Look at this guy's technique. This is amazing technique. It really is. Watch. Flawless technique. All right. Today, family, friends, and people across the nation are saying their final farewells to former Fire Chief Corey Compertor, who was killed while protecting his family during the Trump rally shooting. Please pray for Corey's family. And this is just a small video in regards to that. It's a real shame that we even have to see this. Yeah, that we have to see this kind of thing going on in this world today. All right, into thin air, breaking snipers seen using zip line off the water tower updates. If true, this is going to blow the entire Trump Butler rally shooting completely open. A sniper was seen on the tower and used a zip line to escape back into the trees where an SUV registered to the Department of Agriculture was sitting. We have been telling everyone about this water tower since second one. Okay. Let's see. We have tracked the black SUV that had picked up our Phantom water tower sniper that escaped using a zip line via the backside of the water tower into the trees and then on foot a short jaunt to Meridian Road with 100% confidence based on cell phone data. That particular sniper was FBI and the SUV was registered to the Department of Agriculture.
All right, everybody, welcome back. July 17th, 2024, and we're looking at Butler Farms. And we're here once again so I can explain to people how the botched Secret Service plan here is being completely covered up in the media. Now they're saying that there was a sniper team in the building that this Thomas Shooter kid was on, but they claim they were in the second-story window. The problem is this building does not have a second story. This building has a second story, which means the sniper team was set up in these windows here facing Trump. So once again, they're expecting us to believe that the Secret Service is looking out of these windows 1 story higher than this building and still had no clue that there was someone sitting right here aiming a gun at Trump. Guys, you need to start using your brain. This is impossible. There is no way that Secret Service was in this building with a sniper team and did not see everything on this roof. At first, they tried telling you the sniper team was in this building. Then they had to change it to a second-story window, which only exists in the building behind this building, which is why I'm constantly telling people that the water tower is at play here. The water tower was used. This kid on the roof over here is a total distraction. This is what they wanted you to see. That's why he was there for over a half hour and wandering around looking like a total idiot, and no one did anything about it. There's a reason for that. We also saw a bullet bounce off the railing back here where the stage was set up. So bullets were coming from multiple angles. Now, I know this video doesn't have much in it besides what we're looking at here on Google Earth, but that's literally all we need. Again, just think about what they're telling you. A sniper team in the second-story window? Absolutely impossible. That did not happen. This is a 1-story building. That is a 2-story building. This is where they say the shooter was, right about here, and they're expecting us to believe that a trained sniper team were in these windows right here. My friends, what more do you need? And my final thought here, okay, let's say, for example, that sniper team was in the building underneath where the shooter was. That means they were looking out the windows directly facing Trump while all these people were pointing out the person on the roof. So now you got to tell me that the Secret Service didn't even see that happening from the windows. So what were they even watching if they were in the building looking out the window? This is absolutely insane, my friends. Let me know your thoughts below. I'll have more throughout the day. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, welcome back. I have some weird information to share with you right now. And of course, this is all pure speculation. I have no solid proof of this, but this is some incredible information I've come across. And we are looking at Butler Farm Show. Obviously, many of you know this area now as the site of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. This is absolutely crazy. And I know many of you know this area already, but just to clarify, Trump was about right here on stage. The first sniper team was set up right about here. The second was apparently set up back here, and the shooter was right about here. Now, there's something I need you to notice, and for those of you that are into gematria and the numbers of a lot of these events, this is going to blow your mind. So many people talking about either multiple shooters or this person being a patsy and not shooting at all. Take a look at what's just outside this building. We're looking at a water tower that has a perfect angle if somebody were up here to have a shot at Trump. Take a look at this angle right here. This would actually make a lot more sense than somebody being on the roof, even though it seems based on public video, there was in fact someone up there and possibly firing. But as far as the multiple shooter theory, which many people heard, there were bullets coming from other directions. This water tower would be the #1 spot I would pick, or I think any sort of military expert would pick as a site to put a gunman if they were going to try to pull this off. Now, that's not all I got. Wait till you see how this relates to gematria. Wait until you see this. When you type in water tower, you get an ordinal number of 148 and also the 49 in reduction. Look what happens when you type in Donald J. Trump. Unbelievable. The same exact number, ordinal and reduction are the exact same. And again, for those of you that follow gematria, you know how significant this is. So for everyone trying to say that this may have been an error on the Secret Service and they somehow missed this area, I find that impossible. There is a water tower literally right here that would have been one of my #1 spots to have covered. And if this was covered, that means all of these buildings would have been covered. Something very weird has taken place here, and it is not what they're telling you. It absolutely can't be. It's impossible. But we have to say these are all theories, or else our opinions and our free speech get removed off certain platforms. It's a crazy world we live in when our own eyes are showing us things that are not being told to us by the people that we're supposed to trust, but most don't, the mainstream media. My friends, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye, and I think over the next couple months, things are going to be exposed in a very, very massive way. But tell me what you think. Once you look at this water tower in a 3D mode, there is no better shot to take than being on this water tower. You are high enough to where no one's really going to see you if you're on this back end of this curved structure, kind of like how this guy was hiding on the back pitch of this roof here. But I don't know. This would have been my spot right here. All right, everybody, let me know your thoughts. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to actually be covering a little bit more of that as we go on today, because there is more. There is more. There's actually a video, a clear video that I've seen other videos that were put up of somebody on the tower, but nobody could see it. However, Script Keeper found one and was able to get it to where we could see it. And I want everybody to see this, okay, and watch inside this circle here.
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
See him?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
What do you mean you're blocked? I see you. Yeah. All right. Shipwreck says, I don't know if it matters anymore if Joe drops out or who they replace him with. What will they run on? Companies left and right are dropping their DEI departments. SCOTUS denied student loan forgiveness. All of Trump's cases were dismissed. The people are tired of the men with boobies trying to get close to kids and women's spaces, to the point where the normal LGBTQ people and allies are starting to call it out. All they have left is abortion rights, but that decision was given to the states, and it is almost impossible to change it back, or Biden would have done so already. This is a high-stakes election. If Trump wins, the Democrats will likely lose the Senate. We need to stay on top of it and not get comfortable, but I just don't see a path forward for elites at this point. Do you?
Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
All right, moving on. All right. Oh my God. CrowdStrike CEO starts panicking and choking on his words when the media ask him why a single content update could shut down the entire system. Look how nervous this man is. What is he hiding?
According to your statement, it was a single content update that has managed to shut down air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcasts, street lights, 911, emergency around the globe. Why is there not some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup? How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of cybersecurity, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. Excuse me. Man, just 1 second, please.
Oh yeah, take a drink of water.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure. According to your
Yeah. I think, methinks that there's more than, more than they know. Wow. I don't know why. I absolutely love this. And it's no longer there. I wonder why. Wonder what's up with that. That's happening a lot. I've had people sending me stuff on Facebook that as soon as I click on it, it goes to a very blank page. Give Dan a listen.
Folks, they always accuse you of what they're doing. And because they're terrified that their tyranny is not going to continue if Donald Trump wins, they're now doing this simple distraction technique that has appealed to useful idiots for a long time and been used by commies, socialists, Soviets. They've used it forever. They just blame you for exactly what they're doing.
Politico recently spoke with former intelligence officials about how on edge the idea of a second Trump term makes all of them.
Are you freaking kidding me? Are these the same 51 intelligence officers who falsely bullshitted America? These scumbags, every single one of them. You hear me? Absolute scumbags. You don't like the word? Too bad. That's what you are. A bunch of scumbag fuckwads. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. 51 of you pieces of shit. who told America before an election.
50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan.
During campaign season, you want to be able to understand everything that the Russians might do.
This laptop that would have changed the entire course of American history, would have kept the border closed if Trump got reelected, probably wouldn't be a Russian invasion of Ukraine, probably wouldn't have been an October 7th attack either. We'd be living in a different world right now. Because you 51 intelligence scumbags, knowing you were full of shit the whole time, now you dare, you've got the balls to say that Trump could weaponize the spy services? I'm demanding an investigation if Trump wins into all of these people for a conspiracy to interfere in an election and potentially worse. And Joe Biden is going to be the first target of that investigation. You will never, ever teach these people that deep state lawfare is wrong without exposing them to the same sets of rules they want to impose on us. Someone did steal an election, and Joe Biden was a field general in that war on election integrity. Listen to me. I want an investigation into this conspiracy to steal the 2020 election, and no, we shouldn't let it go. I don't want to hear shit about, oh, it's time to move on. It's not time to move on. Or they'll do it again.
It's terrifying. It's frightening.
They stole this damn thing. They hid that laptop information. You know it. We know it. I want everyone as either, they better give depositions, and if they committed criminal activity, I want them charged too. The deep state is real. It's members of the media. It's intelligence community members. Here's the key, active and retired. It's bureaucrats within the government.
Mr. Vindman, you testified in your deposition that you did not know the whistleblower.
Ranking member, it's Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, please.
You testified in the deposition that you did not know who the whistleblower was.
Per the advice of my counsel, I've been advised not to answer specific questions about members of the intelligence community.
It is saboteurs inside the Trump administration last time. The deep state is real. The deep state is real.
Tell me, are you worried about this retribution concept playing out?
Yeah, are you? Are you worried? Treason is a very big word. Yep. Vegas cyber attack. Take two.
Hours.
Can't use credit cards, MGM, and C. They're completely down. I guess they kind of want to go back to the original one-armed bandits, right? You know? Again, non-technological. Yeah. All right. So we are getting more info about the woman in the picture behind Trump that didn't flinch when the shots came. Instead, started recording Trump. We now know she is Janine Giuseppe, assistant director to the FBI. Repost the hell out of this. So this is the woman here that was behind Trump, right? Here's her, assistant director, Federal Bureau of Investigations. Yeah. 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 All right. Carly Boone says primal scream of a dying regime includes the media. One of the truly awful and self-indulgent performances of our time. Trump's divisive speech and the right-wing mirror world. Trump tramples unity theme. Whoopi Goldberg, I can't wait to see you go to prison.
Like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again.
Now, here's Whoopi Goldberg's reaction to that.
I know his grandchild was up on the thing, and they're trying to humanize him and change your idea about who this guy is. Don't fall for that.
Trump, you're talking about.
Yeah.
Talking about Trump.
And just after Trump was nearly assassinated by a bullet, Joy Reid compared his brush with death to Biden getting COVID.
Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days? Doesn't that convey exactly the same thing?
Doctor, I'm no doctor, but are they similar? Those two things, almost getting shot and COVID?
I mean, just wow. This is really the bombastic rhetoric of someone who's really struggling to accept that the Democratic Party is really failing right now. But facts really matter, especially in this case. The fatality rate of a COVID infection, as it stands today, is less than 0.1%. The fatality rate of a gunshot wound to the head is 90%. And sure, maybe President Trump wasn't hit in the head and it hit his ear, but we cannot compare these two things. And no, when President Biden recovers from his COVID infection, because he will, it is not equivalent to President Trump standing up after having a bullet go through his ear. They are not the same.
And Jerry, Sweet Kai and Whoopi trying to humanize.
I love the Kai story, right? And I watched her speak live, and she was really compelling. And Whoopi is saying, what? Don't fall for that. It's an evil Republican trick, making her look like a nice person and humanizing the president. That's like vintage Whoopi, right? Like, that's how she reads it. That's just crazy. This young woman is the former president's granddaughter, speaking from the heart. If you can't accept that, I don't know what you can accept.
Tammy, I wanted to read just some of the headlines that we saw after the RNC concluded last night. So New York Times, one of the truly awful and self-indulgent performances of our time. The Guardian, Trump's divisive speech and a right-wing mirror world. And Axios, Trump tramples unity theme.
Well, this is a tantrum by toddlers who've lost control of the narrative. All of the energy, many people know I came from the left. All of the energy goes into the controlling communication, the nature of impressions that are left. We see this with even the development of the Biden presidency, right? It's what they say. It's not, don't watch what we do. Don't watch what's really going on. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. So the look on Whoopi's face, all the time they've spent on crafting a narrative about who Donald Trump is, has gone. And that they just cannot, and it's gone. And they can't stand it because it is fragile. Lies are fragile. And now they're not in control of that narrative. And clearly they want to try to frighten people into maintaining the lies that they've told.
Congressman, I want to close with you on this, which is, will that attempt work? Because you contrast that with when we spoke about Van Jones' analysis on CNN. Something's happening, something's different, this is real. So will these headlines actually work? Or now are we past the point? Americans see what they see the truth.
No, they can only cry wolf for so long. And they've been saying this for year after year after year. Every one of their things has been false. It has just been wrong. And go ahead and tell the people of Michigan that Kid Rock is wrong. Good luck with that, because he is so beloved there. And these are real Americans. And a granddaughter, you're really going to go after the president's granddaughter and try to demonize her and say that that's fake? America sees right through it. I think they're so tired and fed up of how the liberal media has tried to portray Donald Trump. He's a good guy. He's a good man. He loves his country.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Yep. All right. DC Drano says Trump endorsed Tim Sheehy as running for Senate in Montana against Biden's rubber stamp John Tester. This is a huge potential GOP Senate seat pickup. Montana is deep red, and it's time to reflect that by putting former Navy SEAL Sheehy for Montana in D.C. Let's see what he says.
What Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas. Cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. What Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas. Cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
It's that simple. It really is that simple. The thing is that everything is becoming overcomplicated because the mainstream media narratives are what dictates and leads into all of these narratives that are basically destroying our country, and until the American people stand up and tell the media to fucking tell the truth or shut down, we're going to continue to have these issues, and we'll just keep moving along. Here we go. All right. Crowdstrike CEO worried about content updates, shutting down the entire system. Crowdstrike servers are in Ukraine. Crowdstrike connected to the DNC. Crowdstrike servers connected to. And as I told you, I don't really want to go into that unless Dave's on, and he's more up on that stuff than I am where it comes to Crowdstrike. But I don't know if he'll be on before I end up shutting this down, because it is now 94 degrees. I'm getting extremely hot, which is making me extremely tired. Yeah, it's yeah, you get it. So let's see. We already covered that one. Swift is down 2, says EchoX. The application is temporarily offline for maintenance reasons. Yeah. Yep. Now, Elon Musk parody is very important. This is not Elon Musk. Okay. Kimberly Guilfoyle, Trump, Donald Jr.'s wife, posted this on TikTok 2 hours ago. Yeah. So, medbeds, possibilities, great possibilities. Zuckerberg, here we go.
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. The historic events over the last, over the weekend. And, on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But look, it's, and I think, look, at some level as an American, it's hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit and that fight. And I think that's why a lot of people like the guy.
Well, Mark, are you awakening? I'm kind of concerned. And that was the end of what I had in the lineup. Did you guys notice that the countries primarily affected have been the 5, 9, and 14 ICE countries, according to the news report quoted below? Linked is an article that names the ICE countries. Yep. So hopefully Dave will grab onto that. Yeah, I understand, Pamela. Believe me, that's one of the reasons why I have to keep these short too, because I can't afford to run the air conditioner anymore. I don't have enough fuel to be able to keep it going, so I have to get the dogs out of here and get moved out underneath the trees, and we'll sweat it out throughout the day here. All right, update Trump assassination attempt. Here we go. Audio forensics confirms the last 3 separate weapons were fired in assassination attempt. The first 3 shots are consistent in sound and distance, bullet, echo, report. The next group of 5 shots are clearly from different weapons. The 6th shot even sounds different than those shots. The last shot is reportedly the sniper who took Crooks out. CNN oddly confirms audio forensics suggests as many as 3 weapons fired at Trump rally. Forensic analysis suggests that as many as 3 weapons were fired at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. The first 3 shots were consistent with the alleged weapon A. The next 5 were consistent with alleged weapon B. The final acoustic impulse was emitted by a possible weapon C. There is, per audio analysis by Caitlin Gregoris, director of the National Center for Media Forensics at the University of Colorado in Denver, and Cole Whitecotton, senior professional research associate at the same institution. So
the audio from video 1, when we look at it here, the first 3 shots we can make complete sense of. Okay, fine. Then there's a 4th shot that arrives, and it does so with the bullet in a report at 0.212 seconds, close enough for government work here, or rough analysis. Here's another bullet and a report, so that's the snap, crack. There's echoes. We see there's echoes, so the bullet makes a and then this sound is echoing probably off of one of the buildings. We have a lot of flat surfaces back there. So the microphone is here, supersonic crack, and the crack makes it to the microphone, and then it echoes off of something. And so we see the crack and an echo. We could probably very, very accurately estimate how far away that flat surface is off of that echo. And then you get the report itself. Crack, thump, crack, thump. So shots 4 and 5, I'm still pretty good with shots 4 and 5 in terms of being able to make sense of them. From 6 on, man, it gets all kinds of weird. And I'm not going to take you through the weirdness from video 1. To try and resolve what's happening with those other shots, we're now going to turn to video 2. This really clarifies everything and makes the entire case. So we'll listen to it up through the shots, which is about 20 seconds of tape. Yeah, I won't take you through all the screaming and everything. And by the way, not for nothing, but screaming, I don't understand people who just start screaming and then just don't stop in an event like this. So listen past this. It's a little, it's there's a lot of screaming going on, but you can clearly hear shots 1, 2, and 3, and then you can hear the other string of shots come out. We're going to analyze it. I'll break it down. We'll take a look at it. However, I do want to pre-stage this a little bit, and for yourself, decide for yourself, does 1, 2, and 3, do they sound the same at all compared to the other ones that you hear? Okay. And remember, we already have the analysis from audio experts elsewhere saying there's a difference between weapon A and weapon B. And I can show you that the rounds fired from weapon B were also aimed at the stage. Okay. So this is important. 2 weapons, one fires a string of 3, another fires a string of 5 or 6, depending on how we count, and off they go. And they were also out hitting the crowd and headed towards Trump. Okay. This is important because now we do not have a lone gunman anymore. Okay. So listen up. Here we go. And then that one more. That's the 6 I'm unclear on. Let's listen to this again. Muffled, and then right? That's what I hear.
Okay, I'm going to stop that right there because those shots did not come from that roof. You notice he said muffled? Why is it muffled? Because the person standing there recording it was down here behind this building and the water tower. Yep. Not even going to listen to him anymore. If we don't believe the media about some things, it's pretty much everything that they put out that is pretty much bullshit. You know, yeah. So Wall Street Babe says all these coincidences add up to something very sinister. Be prepared for what's coming.
I really feel inclined to make this video. I really don't care public opinion about me in terms of you want to call me a conspiracy theorist and all that crap. I really don't care. I see more and more on social media, people are spreading the fact that Assistant Director FBI agent was in the crowd. Now, this isn't confirmed. This is obviously just, circulating right now online. But more and more stuff basically is getting circulated online that this must have been something orchestrated. Something's not adding up. Something's not right. And today when we wake up in the morning, there's a global outage across the board. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do recognize patterns, and it's staring me right in the face. How is it that Event 201, which is a real event, you can look it up, but it was a couple of, it was like, 4 or 5 months before the pandemic. Still to this day, it's not answered why Bill Gates was so heavily involved in the entire response to COVID-19, why we were listening to guidance from him.
Fuck. Why do people got to do that? Why do they always got to go to the frickin' thing? Yep. All right. Hilarious. Harry J. Sisson doesn't understand how lipstick works. Well, here we go.
Melania Trump dodged a kiss from Donald Trump.
Harry, I cannot begin to tell you how embarrassing this video is going to be for you. But let's see your evidence, little buddy.
Take a look. Wow.
Bro, you're really young, so you probably don't have much experience with girls, and you certainly don't have much experience with grown women. But let me explain something to you about when a grown woman goes out for the night or goes to like a really nice event. She puts this thing on her lips called lipstick. And lipstick, while beautiful and shiny and wonderful, also has this other property. That being that it will fucking rub off on you if you kiss her. Bro, any of us who are grown men, we know that if we get dressed up, like really dress up and go out somewhere, we don't get to kiss our girl on the mouth. To be wearing. That's why he leaned in, kissed her on the cheek, whispered something in her ear, and then kissed her on the cheek again. Bro, this isn't your fault. You cannot be blamed for not knowing how relationships work. Like, you can't be blamed for not knowing how like interactions between grown men and grown women work. But the fact that you think she swerved him, as you put it, says a lot about you. Like a lot more than I needed to know.
Yeah, like you're a virgin, Harry. Or you date dudes. Yeah. All right. Glad to see younger people coming to their senses. Here we go.
So I'm seeing a thing where people are just coming clean, like, hey, like I used to be liberal and now I'm not. That's me. I would also like to add into this conversation both political and non-political reasons why I'm no longer supporting liberals or Democrats. And I'm not just saying I was liberal. I fucking went to the George Floyd protests in Phoenix, Arizona. Here's another picture. I got fucking tear gassed, and this is me in a mask. Proof enough. I never met a happy liberal the whole time I was a liberal. I met depressed liberals, I met anxious liberals, I met fucking sociopathic liberals. And none of that was ever good for my mental health. Like, I had to get away from that because I was never gonna get better. And not only that, you guys are so insulting and condescending, and I was exactly like you when I was a liberal too. First hint that somebody doesn't agree with what I think, you can't help it but sound condescending and then insult them immediately. Like, that's your opening. Not a very effective way to do politics, let me tell you. Nobody wants to listen to an asshole. And also, like, another turning point for me was like, why are y'all naked at your gay parades in front of kids? I have no problem with you being gay. It's just a no for me, dog. Like, so I'm seeing a thing where people are just coming clean, like,
yep. These young people, they're wising it up. Sorry that it took this long. So Terry Saruga says we have tracked that black US, posted by Nino. We have tracked the black US SUV that picked up at our water tower sniper that escaped using a zip line via Yeah, we already know all that stuff. So you're kind of late on there, brother. All right. Let's see. Chicago pastor, black people have been with the Democrats for over 60 years, and we have nothing. We need to go and take a look at the Republican Party. Yeah.
But one of the things I want to say, I'm Pastor David Lowry, Universal Baptist Church. One of the things that I want to say is this: to the American people and patriots across this country, black people have been with the Democratic Party for 60 years, and we have nothing. We don't own anything in our community. We have no schools. There's no businesses in the black community. All we have is crime and problems. So as a pastor, I'm standing up here with Bob Ferretti, some of the other black leaders. The truth of the matter is this: why should black people keep voting for the Democrats when they don't have nothing? We need to understand this. We need to go and take a look at the Republican Party, but the Republican Party needs to be visual. They need to do things in the black community. If we do that, we can make the change. We already know the Democrats are not going to do nothing. I'm the grandson of Eloise Barton, the second lady ever elected to the City Council of Chicago, 16 ward. And now what we see, there's nothing that the Democrats have done or will they do across this country for black people but use us. So why not black people? Let us give the Republicans a chance to show what they can do for our communities as well.
Have Republicans done that, or are you still searching?
No, there's no search. The Republicans have reached out for a lot of the black leaders like myself, Brother Carter, Paul McKinley, and we sat down with them and we started to talk. I've been talking to Mr. Ford and some of the other leaders on how we can start getting together. But let this be clear. As a contractor for the Heritage Foundation during the primary season, we sent teams out to the polling places in the black community. And we found exactly what President Trump was talking about. We found thumb drives. We found the printers. We found Democratic judges who was posing as Republican judges. So it's the polls that's being inundated with the cheating. We have receipts for everything I've said. I also saw in those polling places where the Democrats were telling people that there are no Republican ballots. There's so many things going on in these polling places in the black community, and that's how the Democrats are able to keep and say Chicago is blue. But actually, if the polling places were straight, black people would have an opportunity to vote for whom they choose, not whom they told to. And if the polling places aren't straight, they'll try to steal another election like they did in 2020. So that's why I'm here.
What makes you believe that Republicans will keep their word any more than you believe the Democrats did not?
Well, no, let me answer that. No. Let me answer that for you. Let me answer that for you, okay? This is a simple fact right here. Of 60 years of Democrat rule, black people need to change. We need to give the Republicans a chance to see what they can do because we have not done that. Had we done that, we wouldn't be in this condition. So that's why I'm here.
Right.
I'm Pastor David L. Lowry Jr.
So somebody just made a comment a couple of minutes ago saying, I talked to my cousin who lives in Chicago, says Trump will lose the election. I'm crushed. Do you think we have a chance? Sue, that was Chicago. This is Chicago that I'm playing for you right now. This is Chicago. The people of Chicago have had enough. Hey, what's going on, Ghetto? He says, let me tell you all a secret. The Democrats want Trump to win. You're right. They do. Why do they want him to win? Because they're losing as much money as we are. They can't afford to put food on their kids' plates like we are. They can't afford rents. They can't afford to buy houses like we are. They can't go out and buy a new car like we are. So he's right. He's right. The thing is that it's and I've said this before and I'll say it again. They're two wings of the same bird. But the thing is the only way somebody can be recognized to run for office is if you're one or the other. Look at what's happening to RFK. Okay, he's running as an independent. He can't get Secret Service detail. He can't get no protection whatsoever. And even Donald Trump last week, he did a post about it on Truth Social. He also made a public statement about it, that he believes that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. needs Secret Service protection now. Especially in light of what happened on Saturday, and then the historical facts of what happened to Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy's RFK's father, Bobby Kennedy, to his uncle, John F. Kennedy, and others closely associated to the Kennedy family. Right? Why would a Republican, okay, and I'm saying this in a way for people to get to understand that Trump is utilizing the platform that is basically required to get yourself in there for an election, okay? But I don't see Trump as a Democrat or a Republican. I see him more as an independent who just wants what's best for this country, what's best for the American people, not for the businesses, not for the big corporations, and not for the establishment in Washington. And Kim Clement said it. I will shake the Democrats, and then I will shake the Republicans even more. Yep, Awaken Trillium. Yep, the boys from the hood did offer. You're right. There are many offers from the communities, the black communities, to offer security, and offered free security for him. You just have to transport him, equip them, and provide them with transportation, and they will be, okay. So 1/4 black. Okay, here we go.
I had tendon transplants in my right leg.
You had tendon transplants? Whose did you get?
Left side, I'm a 70-year-old man.
Left side, you're a 70-year-old man.
Right side,
Okay.
I'm a 35-year-old black man.
On the right side, you're a 35-year-old black man. Your legs must hate each other. You ever get restless leg syndrome and they're just like, ooh, Virginia. Is your right leg faster? Are you wearing jorts? You say, why not? How about why? Oh, man. He said, some of us have good looking legs. They're not even yours. The right one's ashy. What's the best is you guys can't see this, but there's a beautiful black couple sitting right next to him. Wait, what? That's your dad? Sorry? You have his legs. Someone never told you that. What was your name, by the way?
Magnum.
Magnum? That is not your name. That's what your right leg wears for a sock. Your birth name is Magnum.
No, that's my biker name.
Your biker name. Okay. Are we talking Harleys or bird scooters? Like, what are you rocking?
You think I ride a bird scooter?
Do I think you ride a bird scooter in those shorts? Yeah. Absolutely. Harley. Nice. What year and model? For anybody else in here who's also gay. What caused you to have the transplants? Stepping off a curb. That's pretty weak. You were protecting an old woman?
Missed the guy hit a tree.
What was happening to the old woman?
Did a roundhouse kick.
Hold on. Who did a roundhouse kick?
I did.
You roundhouse kicked an old woman?
The guy that was bothering.
Oh, a guy was bothering her. Fuck. It was me the whole time I was bothering her. I was trying to lure her into my van with some butterscotches. It's an old person van, so when she gets to it, it goes. Dude was bothering her. You threw a roundhouse kick. Your old legs were Asian? It's a karate joke, that's all. Did you land the kick?
No, I hit a tree.
No, you hit a tree. That's pretty pathetic. He didn't bother her anymore? Well, yeah, he was laughing at you. Well, thanks for trying to be a hero. You should work for the Secret Service. Relax. Jesus Christ. What's on the back of that? DEA? The Drug Administration? NARC? Hold on. Oh, you saw the video where I smoked weed with an old lady? That wasn't me. That wasn't weed smoke. She queefed.
That wasn't me. You want the link? Oh, why would you want a link to that one? Oh, that was good. That was good. He does put some great content together, and he is a pretty funny comedian. The SEAL voiceover. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Drive, baby, drive! Drive the boat!
What the f? No.
Hey, drive the boat. Start it up! I told y'all wasn't gonna catch
You see what just came up on my boat?
They wasn't gonna catch me. You see them out there circling the boat trying to eat me.
You gotta go.
I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, you gotta go. You gotta go.
I ain't going nowhere.
You gotta go.
I ain't going nowhere.
Get off the boat.
I ain't getting off the boat. F is right. I ain't getting off. F is right. I ain't getting off the boat.
You get in the water.
I ain't getting in the water. You ain't making me get in that water. You see them out there, they waiting to eat on me. I told them fishing friends not to move. They trying to eat me, lady. Hey.
I don't know what.
Man, I hope your boat's sturdy. Your tag's up to date, because look at them. They out there. There's about 7 or 8 of them out there. They waiting on me. They will not be eating me today. I ain't going nowhere. I'm staying on this boat, lady.
You have to go.
I ain't going nowhere.
You can't be here.
I could be right here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what to do.
You know what to do.
Where did you come from?
I came from the water.
I never even seen you out there.
You weren't looking for me though. Yeah, look at him. Look at him out there. Ooh, look at him. Yeah. Oh, he's starting. Yeah. Ooh, look at him. Yeah. Look at his brother there. Look at his brother there. Look at his brother there, right there. Right there. You see him? You see him? Ooh. See, they close. They close. They circling. Hey. Look at them. Look at them over there. That was pretty good. Good voice. Good voiceover. Okay, this is odd. Crowdstrike is the system causing all these outages today. 7/19/24. Crowdstrike in Gematria. 1331. Level Playing Field and Art of War. Elon posted about both Crowdstrike and Level Playing Field today. 7/19/24. Art of War, today's Q Delta, also says batten down the hatches. Oh, like that, like the last video doesn't cover that. Batten down the hatches, yeah. Which is a term used while preparing a boat at sea for an incoming storm. Things are about to get even more crazier than they are. Yeah. So
Let's see. This is they not like us. Here we go.
Republicans are full of guns, food, and ammunition. And these Democrats are full of gay shit, pronouns, and even more gay shit. Let's make America great again.
They not like us. They not like us.
Yeah, Valentina Gomez. Yep. All right, Ian Carroll. Easy Amazon alternative so you can help break the monopoly and a subtle encouragement to buy more books. Scrolling will never educate you the way reading will. Here we go.
Books, but like to buy books, but don't want to support Amazon and Jeff Bezos ruining the world? Easy. Recently had a friend asking me for book recommendations about Jeffrey Epstein, so naturally, Whitney Webb is the recommendation. But where can I buy books that isn't Amazon.com? Meet bookshop.org. They are a certified B Corporation. Their mission is to support local bookstores all around the country. When you buy a book, you either support a local bookstore directly that you select, or your money goes into the pool of all of their unclaimed funds that supports their whole pool of collective bookstores. So they wind up doing this profit distribution because they're a certified B Corp. They're totally transparent. It's written in their governance documents that they will never sell to a company like Amazon or another major US retailer. That's their guiding light because they're a B Corp. But it works just like Amazon, and it's just as easy, just as fast, just as cheap. And the test, when you type in One Nation Under Blackmail, boom, no problem, great prices. Just one more way the internet is going to save the world if we all do the work. This is not a sponsored post, not a paid post, not an affiliate post, nothing of that nature. Just a great resource for you to get great books so you can expand that little brain piece of yours without expanding old Jeffy Boy's wallet. Because I hear his World War III bunker is coming along just fine without you helping him pay for it.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Let's see. Okay. We've already covered all that. So what does Ukraine know about the assassination attempt on 7/13? Crowdstrike servers, Crowdstrike DNC connections. Let's take a look. Is this a video? No, that's just a picture. That doesn't help. Pictures don't help when you need the video. Yep. Crowdstrike and Ukraine. How does Trump always know? Video 1. I still ask. Okay, here we go. We'll just do it. Damn it.
Many people that was incensed at the corruption that took place during that election. Pure corruption. For instance, I still ask the FBI, where is the server? How come the FBI never got the server from the DNC? Where is the server? I want to see the server. Let's see what's on the server. So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server. I think it's very important for this country to see the server. Nobody wants to see it. The media never wants to see it, but I'll tell you, Republicans want to see it. So Republicans aren't treated well. And here's the problem. I think we're going to take the House based on what's happening with the impeachment stuff. And the Republicans can do the same thing in reverse if they ever have it. I hope it's going to be a long time because nobody's done a better job with the economy, with our military, I've rebuilt the military. Our economy is the best it's ever been. We have numbers that just came out where, not including taxes, the median household income for the average American has increased $5,000 in a very short time since I've been president. Nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So people want to find out, why was it so corrupt during that election? And I want to find out more than anybody.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars. Hillary Clinton paid for it, and the Democrats. A lot of it had to do, they say, with Ukraine.
But Mr. President,
it's very interesting. It's very interesting. They have the server, right, from the DNC, Democratic National Committee.
who has the server?
Now, the FBI went in and they told him, get out of here. We're not giving it to you. They gave the server to Crowdstrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian. And I still want to see that server. You know, the FBI has never gotten that server. That's a big part of this whole thing. Why did they give it to a Ukrainian company?
Are you sure they did that? Are you sure they gave it to Ukraine?
Well, that's what the word is, and that's what I asked actually in my phone call, if you know.
Right.
I mean, I asked it very point blank because we're looking for corruption. There's tremendous corruption. We're looking for, why should we be giving hundreds of millions of dollars to countries when there's this kind of corruption? Billions of dollars. Hillary Clinton paid for it, and the Democrats.
Last July, reality suffered a final blow. The story Mr. Trump first adopted as a server the FBI was blocked from seeing, and then became the server investigated by a Ukrainian company, finally morphed into the server hidden in Ukraine. In the call, after the Ukrainian president asked for anti-tank missiles to defend himself from Russia, Mr. Trump replied, "I would like you to do us a favor, though. They say Crowdstrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people. The server. They say Ukraine has it." This was the first favor Mr. Trump asked for, even before his request that Ukraine also investigate the son of Vice President Biden. This past November, Mr. Trump spoke by phone to Fox and Friends.
They gave the server to Crowdstrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian. And I still want to see that server. You know, the FBI has never gotten that server. That's a big part of this whole thing. Why did they give it to a Ukrainian company?
Are you sure they did that? Are you sure they gave it to Ukraine?
No, that's what the word is.
Yeah.
Director Comey, let me talk about forensics for just a minute, because the FBI has the expertise there. And I know there's tremendous investigative value when the FBI is actually able to conduct their own forensics review on devices that have suffered cyber intrusions and attacks. I believe there's some confusion, though, or at least some conflicting reporting as to whether the FBI requested access to the DNC's services, the Democratic Congressional Committee servers, and John Podesta's personal devices. Did the FBI request access to those devices to perform forensics on?
Yes, we did.
And would that access have provided intelligence or information helpful to your investigation and possibly to finding to the findings included in the intelligence community assessments?
Our forensics folks would always prefer to get access to the original device or server that's involved. So it's the best evidence.
Were you given access to do the forensics on those servers?
We were not. We were a highly respected private company, eventually got access and shared with us what they saw there.
But is that typically the way the FBI would prefer to do the forensics, or would your forensics unit rather field the servers and do the forensics themselves?
We'd always prefer to have access hands-on ourselves, if that's possible.
Do you know why you were denied access to those servers?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
Was there one request or multiple requests?
Multiple requests at different levels. And ultimately what was agreed to is the private company would share with us what they saw.
All right. So what I'm going to do is let you guys know I just spoke with Dave via text, and he is going to be joining us. So I am turning on his X right now. We'll add his Rumble as soon as he is here. Those of you just joining us on Dave's X, Dave will be joining me here in just a few minutes. He's just getting a few final details. And one of the big things that he's going to come on to talk about is this Crowdstrike thing that's going on. A lot of Anons have looked into this stuff. I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, so I didn't really want to cover a whole lot of it, primarily because I don't know a whole lot about Crowdstrike. So Dave will be joining us in just a few minutes. Go ahead, come on in and grab a seat. And Dave will be with us in just a few minutes. Yeah, so if you can drop in chat also, Dave will be joining in a couple of minutes there on the X side in Dave's chat, if you would let them know that he's going to be joining me in just a few minutes. We'll also be adding his Rumble if he gets it set up in time before he gets on. So Dave will be joining me in just a few minutes. Welcome all of you that are just joining us. Thanks for tuning in. And once again, Dave will be with me in just a few minutes. We've been going for approximately 3 hours and 45 minutes already today. So you missed the first bit of time that we've been doing. I don't turn on Dave's X without his permission. Basically, I'm just turning you guys on now because he's getting ready to come on. And I want to make sure that you see all of his segment and not miss anything. So this gives us time to do, that. Thank you, Mr. Sciatica. I appreciate you dropping that over on his chat there. Cat Turd says, imagine that. Did you know that the president of Crowdstrike Services and the chief security officer served as executive assistant director of the FBI under the Obama-Biden administration? Weird how CrowdStrike and CrowdStrike Global outage happened during President Trump's nomination speech at the RNC. Meet Sean Henry. Sean Henry is the chief security officer and president of CrowdStrike Services. He joined CrowdStrike in 2012 after retiring from the FBI Senior Executive Service. Prior to joining the private sector, Henry spent 24 years with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, where he held various operational and leadership roles, eventually becoming executive assistant director, overseeing half of the FBI's investigative operations, including all FBI criminal and cyber investigations worldwide, international operations, and the FBI's critical incident response to major investigations and disasters. He also managed computer crime investigations spanning the globe and established the National Cyber Investigation Joint Task Force. Why is every crisis in our country somehow tied to Barack Obama? And this is Sean Henry, Chief Security Officer. Kind of got like a lizard-shaped head, doesn't he? Once again, because I see that we're up over 100 on Dave's X, Dave will be joining me in just a few minutes. I wanted to make sure that you guys had a chance to get in and grab a seat before Dave got here. And include you in this. I've been podcasting already for 3 hours and 45 minutes before even bringing you guys on. This is 9-year-old Zhang Zhuan, winner of the 2004 World Shaolin Kung Fu Competition. Amazing what these kids can do, right? Okay, that's enough of that. That running around his own body, that just messed me up. I was like, I tried to do that at my age. I think that things would be left behind. Never mind jumping in the air and doing the splits. Okay. Yeah. Can we say not going to have none for a while? Oh, yeah, exactly. All right. Everyone stay calm. The mainstream media doesn't want you to know that banks are having issues with withdrawals and transactions. They fear that if people rush to the withdraw their money, the lack of liquidity in the banks will be exposed. Know what you hold. And he is kind of correct in that. He is kind of correct in that because, a rush on the banking system, it can be a little bit out of whack and cause further problems. But hopefully, most of you have been listening to what we've been saying with keeping, cash at home in order to fulfill any transactions that you need to do. And thinking on the lines of bank runs, think about the Chinese banks that went down last week and at the beginning of this week. That can have some definitely impact on the banking system here in the United States because of liquidity. Again, and the fact that China has, I believe, the most gold worldwide. But we saw some pretty major protests going on outside the banks there in China last week in regards to that. So we will see what happens. Those of you just joining us over on Dave's channel on X, Dave will be with us in just a few minutes. Bear with him while he's gathering the rest of his materials and getting ready to come on. I just wanted to make sure that you guys had the opportunity to get in and get seated before he started instead of coming in while he's already going, through stuff. So I asked him to come on and talk about this Crowdstrike, its connection to the Q boards, and other points of interest that I think are pretty important. And I didn't want to really go too much into the Crowdstrike because I myself did not research it enough in order to provide you with current updated information other than what we see here on X. So we want to make sure that somebody who actually knows about this stuff is filling you in on it. So he'll be with us in just a couple of minutes. And I thank you for your patience in doing so. We've been going for 3 hours and 51 minutes so far. And we just turned Dave on a few minutes ago. So, all right. Glenn Beck says, Kathy L. Gifford debunks the media's portrayal of Donald Trump. Donald saved me and my daughter. Well, let's just listen. Kathy Lee Gifford was the host of, it wasn't Good Morning America. I believe she was the Regis and Kathy, I think it was called, the Regis and Kathy show or something like that. But let's take a listen to what Glenn Beck is putting out. Here we go.
Kathy, you talk about no coincidence. I think there was a change that happened after this attempted assassination on Donald Trump. Yeah. And it changed the country and it changed him. Have you paid attention to the convention at all this week and seen him? Because I know you know Donald Trump quite well.
I've known Donald since I first moved to New York in 1982, and he was already a good friend of Frank's at that point. And his father, Fred, they all used to play golf together at all those great golf courses in that area. And I try to avoid politics because long ago Billy Graham said to me, Kathy,
sure,
the only thing I really regret in my life was getting involved with politics. God has put you on this planet to be in the entertainment world. He's given you a boldness about your faith. He's told you, and he says, I love you, Kathy. He told me this in my 20s. God is going to use you hugely in the media, in the world of entertainment. Just keep telling people that he loves him, that God loves them.
Yeah.
That's it. And the 3 times that Frank and I got involved in politics was because we sued the state of New York for things that were against children. and we won every time.
Yeah.
But that was not political in the sense of Republican, Democrat. It was about children.
Right.
And Jesus said,
I
you
don't
know,
want to ask you about
No,
I don't want
no,
to
but
ask you
I'm gonna
about
answer-
politics. I
I
okay.
know you don't. I just wanted to let everybody know I am not a political animal, but I follow it like an animal. And I know how I feel about
Okay.
things, and I pray about everything. I pray for Donald because he's a friend of mine. And when I was
Right.
just giving birth to Cassidy, and that's 31 years ago, he saved me and Cassidy from a crazed, a psycho who was trying to murder me and her. And he sent his helicopter for me and Cassidy. He sent more and more every single day until they found this guy. I had more people around me protecting me. And I mean, that's the Donald that I've known forever. Now,
Right.
of course,
Right.
yeah, so I can't help it. I have a personal experience with this man that very few people
Sure.
ever have. But I've watched with interest the spiritual changes, the journey that he has been on all these years. Because I've spoken to him at my home or different places, and at Mar-a-Lago, about Jesus. That's all I talk about to anybody. Not if they don't want to talk about it, but if they want to. And he was always so respectful and always understood what I was talking about.
Yes.
And then he just respected it. And that's what people don't realize about Donald. He will listen to people. He's fascinated by people, and he wants to learn.
So, talking to Kathy Lee Gifford, she has a new book out called Herod and Mary. But I wanted just to get her thought on the changes she has seen since the assassination attempt. I think he's had a real spiritual awakening that has humbled him, and he knows truly who is the author of his life. Do you agree?
I heard your intro before I came on, and I was sitting here thinking, yes. But I've seen it coming for far longer than just this assassination attempt, because I've known him for so long, and we've had so many conversations over the years. I mean, he and Marla Maples got engaged at Frank's and my house in Connecticut. I mean, we've had some conversations over the years, and I don't talk about it, and it's nobody's business. But now that all this has happened, I was sitting here in my home in Tennessee, and I watched it in real time. And of course, the minute I saw him hit the ground, I just said, "Oh, Jesus, be with him," and everyone in the crowd, And I was stunned like he was, that nobody went freaking out and rushing and paranoid and terrified, as would be natural to do. So anyway, then we saw him stand up and do the iconic thing that will live in, forever. And I just was rejoicing. I would have done the same thing if Joe Biden had been assassinated or the
Me too. Me too.
I hate evil. The only thing I hate is hatred, and there are people that I don't like what they do, but I don't hate them. You cannot call yourself a believer in God and in God's love and then say, but at the same time, I hate you and I hope you die. Love cannot live next to hatred. It just cannot. You totally out yourself as a complete hypocrite when you do that. So anyway, I knew, I've always known, because I believe God is sovereign in all things, and all things work together for good. In Romans 8:28, it says, "For those who love God and are called according to his purpose." Well, Mary loved God, and she knew she was called according to his purpose, not hers. And she prayed basically the same prayer that Jesus did in the garden. "Not my will be done, Lord, but yours." And that's what we as believers, all these thousands of years later, Glenn, have to learn from these stories. So over the years, I have seen certain friends of mine get to know Donald privately, personally, spend time with him, pray with him. He's always wants people to pray for him. And he's not embarrassed by that. He's surrounded by people that know that he's called of God for whatever purpose. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And
I think he has. Yeah, and I think he has come to the conclusion, his will, not mine. Kathy Lee Gifford, thank you for being on the program. Herod and Mary is the new book out this week.
All right. So at this point, I'm waiting for this to kick on. Why aren't you kicking on? Did you kick on now?
How about now?
Okay, there we go. Hey, Dave. We can
Hey,
go
man, how
camera.
you
Here we
doing?
go. Good, good.
Hey, how
I've
are you,
already
brother?
added your X as your. I'm good. I already added your X. Is your Rumble ready to get turned on?
Yes, I meant to text you that. I've been running around though, so go ahead and
Okay.
turn
I
that.
just wanted to make sure.
You got it.
So let's
You got
see. The
that?
Rumble is this here.
Hey, everybody, how you
It doesn't have
doing?
any up.
Happy Friday.
It says it doesn't have any upcoming streams, Dave.
Should be
Maybe
there.
it'll come up. Maybe there it goes. There it goes. Okay, so save changes. Now it comes up.
And I think we got
So if you go to the Dave, if you go to the edit up at the top,
yeah,
you can actually add it. You see where the edit is next to the Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay,
You don't
and
have
see if
any
you can get it to
upcoming
look.
streams, but I do have an upcoming.
That's what it's telling
stream.
you as well.
Yeah, but there's nobody over there, so that doesn't make sense. I wonder if I screwed up the upload somehow.
I'm not sure. Well, you got 305 of your viewers from X's are already waiting for you.
Hey guys,
Because
how
I
you
already
doing?
turned on. Yep.
What's happening?
Okay,
How you
so Dave, I've pretty much been going through my X's I normally do. We've covered a couple of things about the CrowdStrike, but like I said, where it's correlation to the keyboards and everything else, I'm going to totally leave that up to you, brother, and stop the sharing here and let you have control so you can pull up anything that you want to pull up. You're in control now. And let's see if we can figure some of this stuff out.
Let me delete this this other one so people aren't showing up, and I'd like to re-upload it, and I can while we're talking. But why don't you give me your what have you shared with everybody? You gave me kind of a ballpark, but regarding this whole relation to this event today.
Well, we've covered about who is the president of CrowdStrike currently, a guy by the name of Sean Henry, who used to be the executive assistant director of the FBI under the Obama-Biden administration. We've covered that Donald Trump spoke about CrowdStrike a few times in regards to interviews with news organizations about CrowdStrike having the server and the server being moved from here in the U.S. to Ukraine, and that Donald Trump requested Zelensky to find out as much as possible about CrowdStrike because it was a rich Ukrainian who owned CrowdStrike, and basically some issues with banking, and then a couple of news reports in regards to news channels having difficulty because of this software glitch, them not being able to access certain things, which to me is kind of a good thing as far as news organizations are concerned. You know me in the news, the media, you know how I feel about them. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I believe that one of the things that was successful to keep CNN under control during the riots back in 2020, also in 2017, when Trump first won, the attack that went on there at the CNN at the riots was the fact that protesters surrounded the building, and I think that a peaceful protest done by our side, basically standing outside these news organizations, radio stations, television stations, with signs that say, tell the truth or shut down, could be beneficial to the American people, because it would show them how many people are awake to their propaganda and maybe get them back on the proper task. But that's just my personal, thing. I've not been one to get involved in protests myself, primarily because I live out in the country and and I don't drive, so it makes it tough for me to go to events like this. But the fact of the matter is that it could be beneficial in forcing the hand of the mainstream media to start capitulating to the people and start telling the truth. But that's just me. Again, welcome those of you just joining us on X. Dave just joined me now, so you haven't missed much where Dave's concerned. We are in our 4th hour of this podcast, though, and we've covered a lot of stuff today, Dave. A whole lot.
Yeah, I caught some of it earlier, brother. Man, what an incredible what an incredible just week of events. And I mean, it's just it's coming to I believe, a precipice of nothing we've ever seen before. And what a time to be alive. I mean, it really is. I know people were bummed out about what's going on and wondering when it's all going to end. But it's almost like we don't want to be in that place. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Because there's so much that is along this journey that we're missing if we take that approach.
Yeah, well, it also puts you into a state of depression.
Yeah.
And we don't need personal mental issues becoming a blocking of you being able to gather more information, being able to move forward. And that's the whole point of this, is being able to move forward and not be stuck in the same rut. I do have to ask, did you happen to see Slow Country's post in regards to the Five Eyes and stuff?
No, but we talked, and I'm gonna bring that up with the Crowdstrike conversation. But what we really, I think it's so important to enjoy this journey, and because the what's happening is that we are I'm sorry, I'm trying to load. What's happened, by the way, is Rumble has changed its setup here. So it was foreign to me, and it still is foreign. And so I don't know if it's going to show. Something's going on with Rumble. A lot of people have been having problems with Rumble as of late.
I've heard quite a few things myself. Scriptkeeper was having problems a couple of days ago, and he just went live on X, which actually turned out pretty good for him, because he had, I think there was around 1,500 people like in the first couple of minutes, which was great. I'm only putting this up there temporarily because somebody from X was asking which channel we're on YouTube. So that's the only reason that I'm putting that up there right now, and I'm going to drop that back down.
By the way, I'm doing a show with Scriptkeeper tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central.
Okay, as long as you guys don't go medical, you're free to use the YouTube channels. So,
okay, Thank you.
Just let him know. It's that's the one thing they ding us for, is the medical, because they follow the example of the WHO. Again, I'll say it again. I want to know how much money is being paid to YouTube for them to censor everything medical.
So it's Yeah, here's the thing, and we're going to get into this with CrowdStrike a little bit. What's important to understand is that it's almost, it's not like it's an exchange of money necessarily. It's it's a couple friends getting together and doing stuff together, and like me saying to you, hey Hawk, don't talk about that bad rash I got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean? Because they're all the, it's all this club, it's all the same owners. And I'm giving up on Rumble, by the way, folks. If anything's happening on Rumble, just get over to X, please. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I don't know what's going on with Rumble. I'm concerned about Rumble because of, it's, because of, Mark Zuckerberg buying BitChute, and all these platforms are going to the next level, and the only one that seems to have stayed, or is pretty solid is Telegram, but it's just not as intuitive. It's not as strong, I don't think, as some of the, like Rumble. But at any rate, so let's talk about the worldwide outage. I did go out for a bit today just to see what was going on. Also, I was doing some shopping, thanks to some snedheads that and some listeners that are that donated, made a big difference to the week. So, but just getting out and about and being able to, I was able to use the ATM. I was able to shop at HEB. I'm in Texas. I was able to shop at the hardware store. I always try to do McCoy's, which is a local place, rather than Home Depot. And so I didn't have any problems, whether it be electronic or otherwise. But I do know there are some major problems around the world. And what we're seeing is this CrowdStrike situation is, and I'll go to my my tweet that I just sent. I guess we're still calling it tweet at times, but my post on X that I just did, and it's I'm marked safe today from Gates Planned Parenthood. His father started that. Gates stolen software that he stole from IBM and Apple back in the day, and is now causing this major problem.
Yep, I remember that.
Gates Impossible Burger, Gates Mosquitoes, Gates Plandemic, Gates Vaccines, jabs, Gates trips to Epstein's Island, Gates engineer with child porn. Remember that? His engineer on his property in Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Had an insane amount, 6,000 images or something, and videos of really nasty stuff too.
Actual child, baby and child rape. So.
Yes, exactly. Gates appeal fruit bastardization, that peel coating that they put on apples and some other fruit. Gates Monsanto glyphosate poison. Gates Monsanto genetically modified organisms, and thus pray and live so as to avoid the gates of hell. Am I forgetting anything? This is the Rockefeller of our times. And I use software that, because Apple has great hardware, and I use Apple, but their software is lacking. Most people don't use their calendar. Most people don't use their word processing. Don't use their scheduling software, or things like that. Don't use the maps necessarily. So their software is kind of lacking in a lot of ways. But I've always not always, but since I've been awake, I have used things like Open Office, which is a free word processing platform. It's open source. I'm using Pages, which came with my Mac. Pages and they're the spreadsheet. So I stay away from Gates products altogether. I've been exposing Gates. I was at a Monsanto rally, I think in 2003. Speaking out against the Monsanto genetically modified organisms and the glyphosate and so forth. And he is a heavy investor in Monsanto. So that takes us to the other side of this software issue, and that is the crowd strike, which is, by the way, based here in Austin. And so this is CrowdStrike. What was that? Okay. So this is the a little bit of information on the CrowdStrike. It's a NASDAQ on the public market.
Hey, Dave, I need to step away for about 10 minutes. Walmart is here doing a dog food delivery.
Awesome. Okay. Very cool.
I'll be back with you.
Okay. So I wanted to take you to this, and I also wanted to take you to Yahoo Finance and also show you. I haven't been here in a while, but you can find the who owns these companies pretty easily. I wanted to show you this, and it's been a minute, so bear with me. I used to use this quite a bit. Finance and more. I think I need more. And you go to hold on. Well, let me first pull up CrowdStrike. So I imagine a lot of people are looking at CrowdStrike right now. It's down 38 points on the NASDAQ. Okay. Excuse me. And then let's see. There's holders. So you go down here to the left side, okay, and you can see holders. Stephen, the systems are down, huh? And so you see major holders, okay? And so if you scroll down, you see top institutional holders. These are the real owners of these companies, right? And what do you see? BlackRock, Vanguard, Morgan Stanley, State Street. Okay. Now, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are also the owners of the Federal Reserve. And so they're getting money hand over fist, the same owners, by the way. And they're getting money hand over fist. And I know for a fact that BlackRock was set up by the Khazarian Mafia. And so these are very, very, cheers, everybody. These are very, very powerful people. And so there seems to be, first of all, a connection between the certainly, BlackRock and everything bad. Certainly, and I want to pull up my X here and show you something I shared out that you may have seen already. And then I'm going to take you to some CrowdStrike stuff. Excuse me. And what's happening. And there's definitely a pattern that is forming of connections that we should really pay attention to. Please share this out if you would, folks. I'm not going to be on here long because I am going to do a show tonight with Script Keeper. I think about 8 Eastern time, and I'm having trouble finding that particular platform. But there is the connection from the shooter that was on the building of the glass manufacturer, AGR, I believe it is, owned by BlackRock. The shooter starred in a BlackRock commercial years ago. I'm sure many of you have already seen that. And I'm talking about crooks. The shooter, which I also think is a patsy, like Lee Harvey Oswald. And so and then you don't look any further. You don't look at, an expert marksman that could have been at the water tower, or a marksman that could have been further away. And so there's a lot of questions surrounding this whole thing, and we're learning more and more about this. And so when you look at this very objectively, stand back and you kind of just say, cui bono, who benefits? Then you start to you begin to find connections without getting too caught up in the any of the basically any of the things that the emotion of it, and you just look at things very objectively. Okay. I think I have this here. That's why I wanted to wait and show you. But I already explained that connection, so that's not really a problem that I can't find that one. So what I wanted to show you is that many of you know that this is here it is. I am going to play this for you, because I think this guy did a really nice job of it, and it's going to give me time to set up your set up the stuff I want to show you on Crowdstrike. Okay. All right, here we go. Thanks for your patience. I just kind of came in from outside and just still kind of get my my stuff together here.
Who tried to pew, and the plot thickens. For the record, all of this is public information. But yesterday I made a video talking about how this guy who tried to pew this guy, well, he was actually in a commercial, which this is a screenshot of it. It's legit. It keeps getting scrubbed, but here it is. And it's a commercial for these guys. And these guys also happen to own the company that owns the company that owns the building that this guy accessed the roof of to try and pew this guy. Again, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. This is just public information. Much like the public information of how these guys made a ton of money solely because of Biden's presidency. They have contracts for $1 trillion plus to rebuild Ukraine, contracts that they would have never gotten if Joe Biden was president. And if Trump becomes president, they probably will lose those contracts. So public information. I'm, again, not accusing anyone of anything. And here's where it gets really weird. So yesterday I posted a video talking about this, and it was getting shared faster than any video I've ever posted ever. It got over 1 million views in less than 24 hours. Just everyone's like, what? And then I got hit with this. Boom. What are you guys trying to hide, TikTok? Why are you trying to hide public information? It's a little sus, which made me look into it. And now I realize I found out that apparently these guys are owned by these guys, which you guessed it, are owned by these guys. But if my account gets just fooled after this video, so be it. But there you have it.
So if you look at these connections, you also know that there's a very deep connection. I'm going to take it. Here's where we are at now. I want to take you back to what happened with the DNC. Now we know that this is all deep state cabal operation from, Hillary Clinton. From, by the way, if you want to support me and my work, you may do so at the donation links below, and I appreciate any donations. And also, I want to show you Hawk's mustard seeds. Hawk is, somebody bought him some food for his dogs because he has German shepherds and raises and trains German shepherds. So you also may support him, who does an incredible job for many hours a day and several times a week, bringing you the best of what's out there right now. And he also brings my voice back to Facebook and back to YouTube because I'm persona non grata, and he risks his channels by bringing me back to those platforms because I've lost over, I don't know, 20 channels total between YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So at any rate, so you can support him, Cash App at $ Hawk Marsden, Marsden. So my friends, this is so going back to the DNC, the leak, and the Seth Rich, basically the download of the information that was then handed to the WikiLeaks, to Julian Assange. And so one of the things that we Anons said, Kristen, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. Kristen DeSanto, very much appreciated. So for those of you who know about Q and that whole thing, the Anons knew about CrowdStrike because of this situation with the DNC and Seth Rich handing over the download of that content, all those emails through the DNC, handing that over to Julian Assange. So when Julian Assange was released, we all thought this is going to bring back up the DNC server and the DNC emails. And so we've been kind of waiting to see that happen. Well, let me tell you the story of what happened. The DNC was completely exposed. Debbie Wasserman Schultz had to resign. What the emails showed was that money was being funneled through Sanders' account at the DNC to Hillary's account, and also the followers were being funneled to Hillary. So all the money was going to Hillary because she was kind of propping it up financially. Her and Bill were propping up the DNC because it was in a shambles because of all the corruption. And so she had control over the IT. Well, there was an IT gentleman who worked there. His name was Seth Rich, and he saw the corruption, and he was a patriot, and he wanted to expose this corruption. Now, they had to discredit that information. Okay. And they discredited that information by saying that it was a Russian hack so that people wouldn't pay attention to it. They even went into overdrive to try to talk people into not looking at even these emails that were published by WikiLeaks. None of them were ever challenged, by the way. Chris Cuomo, for example, who still has a show because, people are idiots and still listen to this man. Chris Cuomo, you're an asshole. I'll debate you any day of the week. And I would love to have a conversation with you. I'll have you on my show like Patrick Ben David did. Or you could, on your show, doesn't matter. But the bottom line is that you are not going to survive this great awakening, and I'm sorry to say. And so, show me why you should. And I look forward to that opportunity. But you won't do it because I won't be soft on you like Patrick Ben David was. But his co-host was a little was holding your feet to the fire though, and I appreciate that. But you even told us, Chris Cuomo even told us that it's illegal for us to look at these documents, which was completely false, and that we should trust CNN to look at them for you. There are people dumb enough to listen to that. Unfortunately, these are the people not dumb enough, but indoctrinated enough. Let me just say that, indoctrinated enough to believe what the boob tube tells them. And that's what we're trying to break free from. And that is also the people that we're waiting for. And so the DNC kicked into action, and they wouldn't let, the DNC server was the crime scene. That's where Seth Rich downloaded the information, but they didn't want anybody to think someone from the inside did it, because that would validate what's actually on that zip drive. So what they did was they said it was a hack from Russia, and Russia is trying to illegally influence the elections, because this was coming up on the 2016 election, which Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. And so you have this, how are they going to clean up after themselves? Okay. They did not allow the FBI on the crime scene. Think about that. That would be like trying to figure out who attempted assassination of Donald Trump. And if the FBI was investigating that would be like them not allowing the FBI on site, on the crime scene. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It's never been heard of, never been done before. But because the cabal controlled Comey and others within the FBI, they capitulated to an outside entity, a third party called Crowdstrike. And they brought Crowdstrike in to find out what happened. Crowdstrike didn't even show the FBI its full report. It just put together a summary. Well, the thing about it is Crowdstrike, remember the movie with Quentin Tarantino's movie Pulp Fiction, when they accidentally killed that man in the back of the car, they needed a cleaner. They needed to call a cleaner, and that's Harvey Keitel's character shows up and kicks into action and has done this, hundreds of times before, even knows where to get rid of the car. So they called in Crowdstrike, and Crowdstrike was the cleaner. And Crowdstrike, oh, by the way, and they murdered Seth Rich because they couldn't have him talking either. And they had to set an example as dictated to them by John Podesta. So Crowdstrike came in to the crime scene. But the problem is Crowdstrike is trying to clean it up for the FBI. And so they did. And they stayed with the story that it was Russian interference in the election, that it was a Russian hack. Unfortunately, the Anons and many people that were awake knew about Bill Binney, who created the Hammer software program with Dennis Montgomery, which was used by Obama and Robert Mueller to spy on U.S. citizens. And Bill Binney is a IT expert. And Bill Binney looked at the metadata of the information that the WikiLeaks received. Okay. And saw that the download speed could not have been accessed externally. In other words, it couldn't have been a phone line. It couldn't have been a Wi-Fi or cellular. It could not have downloaded at the speed it did unless it was a direct connection of a USB plug-in to the actual server itself. William Binney showed that proof. Kim.com, also an IT expert, corroborated that information. So we knew from a scientific standpoint, it's almost like looking at climate change, right? If you look at climate change and you think the temperatures are changing and that we're responsible for all that and all that nonsense, all you have to do is look at the evidence that has already been acquired. And those are the core sample drillings that were done in Antarctica and Greenland. And they pull up these core sample studies, and I've actually seen core sample studies, and they put them in a box and they calculate it all. And they're able to go in and because of the fauna, they're able to tell the temperature of that era. And they're also able to tap into the air bubbles that are trapped in those core samples. And they're able to analyze the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere during the time of that fauna. This is science. These two core samples showed that there was zero correlation between the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and the temperature change on the planet. If there was any correlation whatsoever, the temperatures raised before the change in temperature, the temperature's warming. And so this is, so that's the science. And this download that was given to the Julian Assange is equally science, and everything else is bullshit. And so, and also Assange said that it wasn't the Russians. He never gave up his source, but he did say it wasn't the Russians. But he also put out a $25,000 what do you call it, reward for leading to the capture of Seth Rich's murderers. So that kind of told us all that, that kind of confirmed that, oh my gosh, he did get it from Seth. So CrowdStrike gave this information to the FBI that, yeah, it was a Russian hack. 17 intelligence communities corroborated this, that it was Russia interfering with our elections, which was a total, complete lie. And the FBI, the DNC, could not have pulled this all off without CrowdStrike. Okay. So we already know that CrowdStrike is in bed with these people, the corrupt FBI, the DNC, and the cabal, and that they're owned by the very people that we are trying to free ourselves from. BlackRock, Vanguard, Morgan Stanley, Jennison, State Street Corporation, JP Morgan Chase, Geode Capital, T. Rowe Price. Okay. And this is CrowdStrike Holdings. All right. So this directly relates to possibly the assassination attempt by Donald Trump, or on Donald Trump. You back, brother? and it's also it's connected to the shooter because of Crooks did that BlackRock commercial, and the company, the glass manufacturer, is owned by BlackRock. So what's going on here? Now, let me take you into the Q drops, and we'll pull up some of CrowdStrike. Okay. Hawk, I haven't been monitoring the comments. If you wouldn't mind, maybe if I'm missing any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, sure. I'll scroll back.
Cool, thanks. So the CrowdStrike testimony regarding DNC and Russia hack: no direct evidence, manipulation of source, computer-to-computer transfer speed hack, internal download, terminal 1 speed, hand-to-hand. Let me make this a little bit bigger for you. Sorry. Hand-to-hand transfer. WikiLeaks publish via Seth Rich 187. 187 is assassination, which they did to Seth Rich. MS-13-2, 187 geolocation. MS-13-2, 187 date. MS-13-2 case summary notes. They hired 2 MS-13 thugs to murder Seth Rich, and then they murdered those 2 in North Carolina within days after the assassination of Seth Rich. Interning for the DNC can be deadly. He was an intern. All witness reports, non-evidence, Russia, POTUS, Connect, dossier, primary vehicle, FISA, Supreme Court, impeach, dossier discredit prior to known, no name assist, Senator stamp credible. That's McCain, who stamped the dossier from Christopher Steele. This was another, setup of the Russia connection. FBI Floor 7, which is the deep state, DNI, POTUS, PDB, PDB. Do you know what that is, bud? Forgetting right now. FBI Floor 7, DNI, CIA, DNC, White House primary bulk. So this is, we're reading all this. We're like, we understand. The Department of National Intelligence was involved, the State Department, FBI, DNC, White House, Hillary, HRC for president, because they were the ones that were funneling, using the DNC servers, all the money and all the votes from Sanders to Hillary, and they basically stole the nomination away from him because he wasn't who they wanted. So this was, the Democrats have no qualms about stealing elections, and by the way, the fact that people have let them get away with that, the Democrats have let Clinton get away with tanking Sanders, just goes to show you how effective their mechanism is against the population, because the population, the indoctrinated population, is not standing up and saying, hey, we got to go back and find out what happened. They don't care.
Dave, real quick, that PDB is a protein data bank. That's where they keep all of the DNA samples that are taken universally, whether in this country or other countries.
Okay, thank you. That's awesome. So this is all also the DOJ, Loretta Lynch, Bill Clinton coordinated tarmac. That was a part of this as well, because they needed Comey, they needed the FBI to stop the investigation of the Hillary Clinton emails. And Loretta Lynch was promised a Supreme Court position by Bill Clinton if she stopped the investigation of Hillary's emails.
Dave, you see who's in chat?
I know I'm not. I'm on the thing. I'm on.
Okay. Well, Script Keeper's in the chat right now, so.
Hey, Script, how you doing, man? Hey, we on for 8 o'clock Eastern. I was telling everybody that we're doing a show 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. Let me know that works for you, please. Got a lot to talk about, man. Holy cow, a lot to talk about. So this is all basically, you know, Q at the time is telling us what's going on. Now, by the way, Hawk, will you send me, no, that's all right. I've got it. Okay. So I was also talking to Slow Country today, and Hawk had said, hey, let Dave know because he's coming on later. So he rang me up, and what's important to understand here is that Q was telling us that this was all about the Five Eyes, that they had Five Eyes, which is UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK. Did I say UK twice? US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Okay. Yeah. US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand are Five Eye. Okay. And basically, the agreement that they made was that you spy on our people, we'll spy on your people, and then we'll share that information. Okay. Now, FBI Floor 7, again, that's pretty much the deep state. UK Assist Steel, Bruce Orr, Nellie Orr, they were DOJ, Fusion GPS. This is all this setup. Perkins Coie, James Baker. This was all the setup to take down Donald Trump. DOJ, Rod Rosenstein. This is when, you know, there was news that he was going to wear a wire to entrap President Trump. And so they would push Sessions to recuse himself because they didn't trust Sessions. But fortunately, Oliver Pollock and I were talking about this on my show the other night, is that Mueller, the meeting that Mueller did with Trump wasn't about whether or not he was going to be FBI director, because Mueller could not be the FBI director because he had already served a term and he couldn't do another term by law. And so so what that meeting was for was about the that they were going to choose him to step in as the special counsel to investigate the Russia collusion. Okay. And the deep state thought they had Mueller in the bag. Remember, Mueller was the head of the FBI during 9/11. Mueller gave Obama all the computers for the Hammer program to spy on our people and others. And so Mueller was Mueller was the one that was involved in Uranium One, and Uranium One was also involved Canada. And that was uranium that was sold to Russia and ended up in the hands of Iran, some of it. And Mueller was the one that went over and gave the sample to the Kremlin. So they thought they had Mueller. So, but Trump knew they didn't. So Trump had Sessions recuse himself from appointing the special counsel. Rod Rosenstein stepped in, appointed Mueller, thinking they had it in the bag. Mueller didn't find anything because there wasn't anything, and he wasn't willing to, you know, plant evidence, basically. Okay. So, and then of course you've got the FISA, which is the, I went to a dive, I think last night on FISA, how that's, you know, that's going to be, you know, be a big player. We already know that, but it just came up in the comms. And so this is all about retaining control. Okay. Even using Antifa. Okay. And so this is all those people that I just mentioned. CrowdStrike was the cleaner. CrowdStrike was the Harvey Keitel character from Pulp Fiction. CrowdStrike's job was to come into the DNC and clean it up and make it look the way they wanted it to look. And again, the DNC did not hand over their server to the FBI. The DNC did not allow the FBI to investigate on site, which is absurd. It's the only investigation ever done by the FBI where they weren't allowed to be on the site of the crime itself. Okay. Was the DNC hacked by Russia? CIA, Brennan Force, Seth Rich, internal download, hand-to-hand pass USA, CrowdStrike code insert. If FBI chain of command was corrupt, what other investigations were corrupted? Who did they provide cover for? How far back did it go? That was just about an error. We don't need to talk about that. But this was, again, Brennan was involved. Brennan is, Brennan is an infiltrator. He's a Muslim infiltrator into the deep state. And let me go to a few others. So this is, again, this is CrowdStrike. FBI chain of command. So this was part of the things, part of the things that were being exposed. Now, Ukraine's also in the picture, okay? Because one of the major owners of CrowdStrike is Ukrainian, and they have servers in Ukraine. And President Trump, Hawk, did you see that interview with Trump? If you could find that, that would be helpful.
For where he was talking about the servers over there?
Yeah.
Yep. I played it earlier, but
yeah,
I
you
will
did.
give you the
That's
link
right. Okay, thanks. And so,
also, I also just dropped in. If you look in the private chat, off to the right there, you will find the link for the connecting information in regards to Five Eyes and the countries directly affiliated. I think they total 17 countries.
I've got that from Slow. Thank you.
Okay.
And so I'm going to go to that right after this. And so so this is so what this was doing, it was bringing it up. Q asked the question, what other investigations have been covered up? Because this was obviously covered up. And Q even mentions Comey, McCabe, Rubicki, Baker, Priestap, Stroke, Lisa Page, Cortan, Campbell, Steinbeck, all these people in the FBI, okay, that were fired or removed because of the corruption within the FBI, primarily this Russia collusion nonsense that actually had our friends and our family who have been indoctrinated into this mass media system, fighting with us to try to convince us that Trump was connected to Russia and he would not have won that election in 2016 had it not been for Russian interference. Oh my God, what a crock of shit. And none of that could have been done without CrowdStrike. And look at these DNC services and the billing of the DNC services of CrowdStrike. They billed them $250,000 here alone. Okay. Just to do this. Okay. So they were already in bed with them even before this. In other words, they were already a client. DNC was already a client of theirs. They already made over, about $250,000 before they brought them in to investigate this. Well, oh, okay. Let me share that. I'm sorry, I didn't share this tab. This is they were working with them before this all went down. Okay. And so that's like asking one of your one of your employees to cover up a crime. Okay. It just doesn't work that way. And so, but they're fighting to keep this lie alive. And Crowdsource was right there through it all. So look at all this: the DNC servers, a Crowdsource. They couldn't have done it without them. Okay. But also Q exposed them every step of the way, and the Anons were exposing them every step of the way. The Democrat National Headquarters, the DNC hack, new questions arise. Comey and McCabe right here behind bars. Okay. This is what book are they holding? I forget. A Higher Loyalty by James Comey and What Happened Hillary Rodham Clinton. Some nice reading material, and of course, the Depends for Men in the in prison. Now, some of us would like to believe that these guys have already been incarcerated, but until I see them actually in the picture, legitimate like that, I withhold judgment on it. And so this is all this CrowdStrike. Now, what's very interesting is I'm going to take you to this next, and we have Slow Country to thank for this bit of information, and that is where was the most damage done with this, all these computers and the software going down. Okay. And we got to look to 5 Eyes, 9 Eyes, and 14 Eyes agreement explained. So if you look at the areas where the computers have been down, you're going to find US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Slow found the correlation between the 14 Eyes and the places that were having problems with their software and with their computer systems. Denmark, France, Netherlands, Norway, Belgium, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Sweden. So much of Europe, and then of course Australia, New Zealand, and then North America with US and Canada, and then of course rounding out the Europe is the UK. And so why this? This was December 7th, 2023. This was just an explanation of what this whole thing was, which I already told you is basically getting them to spy on getting UK to spy on us, and then we'll spy on UK, and then we'll share that information because it's against the law to spy on your own people. And so, but they think they got a loophole in there, but in actuality, they've all committed treason. But so the theory here is, if it was all these 14I nations that were being, that were in this agreement to cross-collateralize spying on their population, then maybe this is a white hat operation to blind them, take them down, and switch those 14 Eyes over to, legitimate business within their population to stop spying on each other's population. This is speculation based on where these outages are, based on it being CrowdStrike, based on it being Bill Gates, Microsoft, and all his other deviant activities and anti-human activities, and the also on the heels of not just the assassination attempt of President Trump, which, by the way, was done by all these people that are involved in all these organizations, because all of this is going to go away. All of this is going to go away when Trump gets into office. Even before he gets into office, he's already started making demands because they know he's going to get into office.
Yeah, this all has to happen. Military has to step in before he takes office, because we don't want the appearance of the proponents that all of this is happening because Donald Trump ordered it. You know, that's not a good way to start his next administration. This has to be done by the military first. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. So, Dave, if you look over in the private chat there, you'll see quite a few links there. I have not gotten to the one particular video yet. However, these all have things corresponding with what the topic and this MJ Truth Ultra one, the last one that I just put in, actually has a video showing air traffic.
I saw that. I saw that.
From the moment that the CrowdStrike started going down, everything pretty much the exact same breakdown as 9/11. How air traffic.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, I thought that would be very interesting for people to see. There's a really, really good piece from Shadow of Ezra in there. Also, True's Stormy Joe's got a good one in, Ultra Frog, and the Gateway Pundit. So all of those all correlate with what you're talking about and can probably add more context as well. I'm still going to find that video for you, though.
Thank you. So you see this air traffic that's dying down as time goes on with this whole situation, and the also the what I wanted to say about this whole situation was, not only is this on the heels of Trump's assassination attempt, the naming of J.D. Vance as vice president, almost to secure or shore up, if they're going to try to assassinate him again, at least he chose somebody that he's seen actually take action against some of the deep state. And a lot of people still, the jury is out on J.D. Vance, especially given a lot of the connections to Ambrosia. By the way, Amber Rose, who they had at the RNC this session, a lot of people had a problem with that because of some satanic symbolism they've seen. But I also believe that it's connected to Amber Rose, Ambrosia, which is the fancy term for adrenochrome, which is being basically that was the company, Ambrosia, that J.D. Vance was a part of, that Peter Thiel financed. And so a lot of big question marks with this choice as to whether or not he's brought J.D. Vance out to expose him, which I think it could be done a little bit. It could still be done without him coming into the VP position. So I question that. But also, so he shored up his presidential run by naming J.D. Vance. And then just yesterday, he was granted, as the official Republican nominee for President of the United States of America, he was granted intelligence briefings. So now Trump is, now this is the normie level. This isn't the white hats are in control of everything. This is more along the narrative, the normie level. And so he's now got these intelligence briefings, which are telling him a lot of information that he can work with and operate with. And within 24 hours of him having these intelligence briefings, this happens with CrowdStrike, which, by the way, if I'm Donald John Trump, Hawk, I've got a vendetta against CrowdStrike.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, I just dropped in there. You'll see in the private chat. Here is the one in regards to Trump's prediction and the interviews. There are 4 in a total in it. MJ Truth Ultra put it out, but Nick Alviar shared it with a fuck yeah. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate you reposting that because it made it a lot easier for me to find. So the last one that I posted there.
Okay. Do we know? Let's see. Video 1. I still ask the FBI, where's the server? How come the server never got from the DNC?
Yeah, that's those are all in there. What's
the? When did he say this? Do we know?
I believe the date is on the video. When you start playing the video, he was actually president during the time.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Okay.
That election. Pure corruption. For instance, I still ask the FBI, where is the server? How come the FBI never got the server from the DNC? Where is the server? I want to see the server. Let's see what's on the server. So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server. I think it's very important for this country to see the server. Nobody wants to see it. The media never wants to see it, but I'll tell you, Republicans want to see it. So Republicans aren't treated well. And here's the problem. I think we're going to take the House based on what's happening with the impeachment stuff. And the Republicans can do the same thing in reverse if they ever have it. I hope it's going to be a long time because nobody's done a better job with the economy, with our military, I've rebuilt the military. Our economy is the best it's ever been. We have numbers that just came out where, not including taxes, the median household income for the average American has increased $5,000 in a very short time since I've been president. Nobody's ever heard of numbers like that.
By the way, that's not the case now. So we know he was president at this time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because in the next one, he talks about speaking with Zelensky on the phone in regards to it. And the news anchors actually mentioned the Zelensky thing as well.
So people want to find out, why was it so corrupt during that election? And I want to find out more than anybody.
So, and here's the next one.
And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better.
I got to close out a few things.
However, I will say that was a great part of the speech in regards to hostages.
Oh, yeah.
When I win, you better start turning them back over now.
Yep. Yeah.
Because what's going to happen to you if they're not back by the time I get into office is going to be a problem. So I think that was great. He wasn't necessarily really lobbying a serious threat at them, but if you understand Donald Trump, that was a threat, and he's not going to play games.
Yeah.
Where it comes to hostages.
Yeah. What I was just looking for was and I don't think it's at Joe Biden. I think it's at POTUS, maybe, where it was. He said something to the effect of from day one, we've been trying to get back the hostages. And from day one of my administration, we've been trying to get back the hostages. And I replied, you haven't been very effective, have you? right? And so he's basically trying to piggyback, I think, on Trump's comment from the speech. Here we go.
We're not seeing anything, Dave.
Oh, my bad. Good.
Phone call, if you know. I mean, I asked it very point blank because we're looking for corruption. There's tremendous corruption. We're looking for, why should we be?
Did you hear the audio on that, Hawk?
No, we didn't hear anything until you just pulled it up on the screen now.
Sorry, folks.
And paid for it, and the Democrats, a lot of it had to do, they say, with Ukraine.
But Mr.
You know,
President,
it's very interesting. It's very interesting. They have the server, right, from the DNC, Democratic National Committee.
who has the server?
Now, the FBI went in and they told them, get out of here. You're not getting it. We're not giving it to you. They gave the server to Crowdstrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian. And I still want to see that server. You know, the FBI has never gotten that server. That's a big part of this whole thing. Why did they give it to a Ukrainian company?
Are
Why?
you sure they
That's
did
a good
that?
idea.
Are you sure they gave it to Ukraine?
Well, that's what the word is, and that's what I asked actually in my phone call, if you know.
Right.
I mean, I asked it very point blank because we're looking for corruption. There's tremendous corruption. We're looking for, why should we be giving hundreds of millions of dollars to countries when there's this kind of corruption?
Okay. And then this one.
Can you check the volume on the Rumble player, Dave, to see if it's up?
When the FBI is actually able to conduct their own forensics review on devices that have suffered cyber intrusions and attacks. I believe there's some confusion, though, or at least some conflicting reporting as to whether the FBI requested access to the DNC's services, the Democratic Congressional Committee servers, and John Podesta's personal devices. Did the FBI request access to those devices to perform forensics on?
Yes, we did.
And would that access have provided intelligence or information helpful to your investigation and possibly to the findings included in the intelligence community assessments?
Our forensics folks would always prefer to get access to the original device or server that's involved. So it's the best evidence.
Were you given access to do the forensics on those servers?
We were not. We were a highly respected private company, eventually got access and shared with us what they saw there.
So you guys see how Comey is gaslighting CrowdStrike by saying a highly respected third party. Like he's justifying the fact that the FBI never had access to the servers. What a cuck.
Yep. He was touting a third party as better than the FBI to do a forensic audit of that system. You know?
Yeah. And not only a well-respected third-party firm, but a third-party firm. It's not a third-party firm. It's one of the vendors of the DNC.
Correct.
So they are dependent on CrowdStrike, or CrowdStrike's dependent on the DNC for a lot of money. The FBI doesn't hire CrowdStrike. It was a DNC that hired CrowdStrike. Who's your daddy? Who are you going to go with?
But is that typically the way the FBI would prefer to do the forensics, or would your forensics unit rather field the servers and do the forensics themselves?
We'd always prefer to have access hands-on ourselves, if that's possible.
Do you know why you were denied access to those servers?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
Was there one request or multiple requests?
Multiple requests at different levels. And ultimately what was agreed to is the private company would share with us what they saw.
Ultimately is agreed upon because because the DNC was wagging the FBI's tail, not vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's unbelievable. And they were also working for the Clinton campaign. And also, Crowdstrike CEO admitted 4 years later that his contract was not even with the DNC, but instead with Michael Sussman from Perkins Coie, retained by Sussman and Clinton. Sussman was Clinton's lawyer. And by the way, this ties in. I haven't found my video yet, but when I went live from Vegas years ago, after the Rust shooting, after the Alec Baldwin shooting, I tied the woman that was murdered, the director of photography. She was born in the town that the general from Hunt for Red October was from, in Russia.
Yep.
And she was a journalist in Ukraine. And
Yeah,
so
she's also a documentary filmmaker that was working with Chester Bennington, Anthony Bourdain, and three other music artists that were
I
involved.
haven't found confirmation of that.
Yeah, we had stuff on that a couple of years back.
Well, I remember that there was some stuff, but there was nothing like IMDb. There was nothing on IMDb. There was no definitive connection with her to those filmmakers. I would love to see that because I looked into that as well, and I never found it. And I also thought it diverted attention away from what I'm about to tell you, and that is that her husband worked for the law firm that was tied in with a case in Ukraine against three Cypriot companies that were suing Ukraine for $6 billion for selling energy at cost to their own people, which was a violation of a 1912, I believe, act that said you can't do that because you can't defraud investors by giving away your energy, your product. So they should have won that. The law firm was what was the other law firm that her husband worked for was I'm forgetting the name of it. If you guys remember from last night's show. So, and there was, I think it was also sending a message to Sussman because Sussman was going to be testifying as well. And so there's a whole connection there. I'll find that video. I have my hard drive that I can pull that up on probably next week. But then this was the Trump on the trappy. Well, we won't get into that, but let's see. I'm just looking at MK Ultra's or MJ Truth, MK Ultra, some of his other stuff. So let me go into the your private chat where you dropped some stuff, and let's see. This is a Gateway Pundit article that you dropped. Pretty much that's covering the stuff that I've already covered, right? For the most part. Have you read this one?
Yeah, there might be a couple of little intricate things, but other than that, it's pretty much yeah.
Okay. And then this is True Stormy Joe. Aren't you just a little curious? Less than a week ago, we learned Thomas Crooks was in a BlackRock video. Now we have the massive outage caused by CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is owned by BlackRock. More to come. check out the CrowdStrike queues. They are on deck. Eye of the storm is tracking. And this is the this is that commercial.
My name is Brian Bilalo. I teach AP and Honors Economics.
There he is. That's the crooks.
That's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do. I hope when I retire someday, they say, you know, that guy made this place a special place to come to school.
There he is.
And gave as much as he could to help the community. They say, you know, that guy made this place a special place to come to school.
Yeah. That's a product of brainwashing. Very, very tragic. Brainwashing and or MK Ultra.
And if you go through the owners of the building that he was on, it all leads back to BlackRock.
Yep.
All of it, every bit of it leads back to BlackRock.
Yep.
And then think of the 12 million share short. You know, where does that lead? To BlackRock.
Mm-hmm.
State Street and Vanguard, all three of them. You know, the Script Keeper has been talking about those guys and so have you for years now. You know, in how deep those pockets are, how far their reach is, and whose hands, and their hands being in other people's pockets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you have to really look at the selection, not the elections, as to exactly, you know, how much does BlackRock actually involved in everything that happened in 2020 and in previous elections as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, here's another thing. Trump was pretty heavy into BlackRock in his administration, you know, into the banking sector. As a matter of fact, we were all pretty concerned as to who he hired when he came on board.
Yeah, I think he was pissing people off with who he was bringing in, intentional, you know.
Yeah.
But again, he brings them in just to highlight and spotlight them, you know. And we begin to see that more and more, you know. I mean, we had Chairman Powell was just in front of a hearing, what was it, a week ago, and he said that the best thing that could happen to this country is for the Fed to be shut down and American prosperity would immediately come back.
Yeah.
And what was crazy was how he said it was like there will be no delay in American recovery and the depletion of the inflation with the elimination of the Fed. And I mean, you don't get more plain than that, more clear. But then again, connection, you know, the only thing that I've never found was a direct connection from BlackRock, State Street, or Vanguard and the Rothschilds. That's the only thing that I've never found.
You haven't found what connection?
Between BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, I've never found a direct connection between them and the Rothschilds, the Rothschild banking.
Oh, you know,
I know there is, but I never found.
I found the connection. Well, I know from a personal source who started BlackRock, and it is from it's from a KM family. And it's not who anybody knows. It's from a Khazarian mafia family, and that all goes back to Ukraine as well. And this is and also just the sheer amount of money and ownership that they have in everything, they have to have an unlimited, financial resource, and that unlimited financial resources are income taxes every year, because those are the private bankers that we're paying. And even if there wasn't that connection, one of the owners of Crowdstrike is J.P. Morgan Chase.
Yeah,
and there's Morgan right there, who
does have a direct association with Rothschild.
Exactly, and killed Strauss and Guggenheim and Astor in order to create the Federal Reserve, so that they could just take all our money, So yeah, and let's see. Elaine says, Dave, have you researched Vance and wife connections in Justice, Clarence, and Robert? I have not. Have you looked into that, Hawk? Have you found anything?
Well, I know that the firm that Vance was associated with, the same as both the Obamas were that's where Michelle or Michael and Barack met. And that was the now I can't think of the name of it now. Sidley
Austin.
Sidley Austin. There you go. During the period of time in which hang on one second. I'm sorry. So the direct association between the Obamas and the Supreme Court is that Sidley Austin is heard in the Supreme Court more than any other law firm in the history of the United States. Supreme Court. You muted yourself, Dave. He's still barking.
My dog is nuts over yours. Hey, buddy, come here. So the let's see. Script Keeper, I just sent you a link if you want to pop in now for a minute, because I know you were asking about Sri Lanka, and I don't know that connection to Sri Lanka, and also we can just connect. I can introduce you to Hawk if you'd like.
I love it. I play his content all the time. Almost every post that he's done in the last 9 to 10 months on X has been played on my podcast, including the one that he posted last night about the missing boy in his area. There's an Amber Alert for a boy down in Orlando, Florida. Nice. Yeah. Anytime I see any of those, I grab them. Because it's what's crazy is the discovering the true correlation of the faces on the milk cartons. Okay, those faces on the milk cartons were not there for people to be looking for them. They were there because those children were for sale. They were looking for buyers.
Have we confirmed that? Has that been? I know that that's the case online, but that seems to me to be a not a very effective way to get.
Actually, it is, especially with the pedophilia markings on the milk cartons. At the same time, the hearts within the hearts, and then the triangles on periodical carnation milk cartons, along with a couple others as well. So do I doubt that? No, I don't. Not knowing the numbers today, 800,000 children in the United States go missing. Exactly how many years have 800,000 children go missing? We can't get an accurate number anything beyond 9 years ago. 9 or 10 years ago is pretty much as far back as we can go. But the kids that have resurfaced that were on milk cartons that have made statements and claims that they were trafficked. So that's another aspect, you know, and yeah, that's kind of nuts. It's kind of
I'll
nuts.
be right back.
No problem. See, now that he's excited and he wants to pee, so not Dave, the dog. Dave's probably got to pee too. So it's yeah. I'm on boards 88 RPM yesterday. Too many confusing comments. Just let's see. So today, that it was announced that Trump is going to be holding a call with Zelensky. While Dave's off taking the dog for a pee, we'll go ahead and play that for you, and see what these guys have to say here.
NBC News has now learned that today Donald Trump will be speaking with Ukrainian President Zelensky. This is notable for obvious two reasons. Number one, it was 5 years ago, I should say, that Donald Trump had that infamous phone call with the Ukrainian president in which he implied that U.S. support to Ukraine could be held up if Zelensky did not agree to have his administration investigate the Biden family. And of course, that led to Donald Trump's impeachment in the U.S. House. And I think the second part of the obvious implications of this is the fact that Donald Trump could very well win the presidency in November and take over the White House on January 20th. And there is no indication at this time that Russia's military operation will cease in Ukraine. And Donald Trump has openly questioned whether financial aid should continue to go to Ukraine. J.D. Vance has explicitly suggested that he does not care what happens to Ukraine and that financial aid should cease to the country from the United States. And of course, Donald Trump has become a close ally of Viktor Orban, who really has been a key critic of expanding NATO and continuing for the EU to provide assistance to Ukraine financially. So there is a lot on the line for Zelensky and Ukraine, understanding if a second Trump administration were to come into power. And so clearly these two individuals, these two men, are jumping on the phone here with still 3 months until the general election, understanding the major implications a Trump presidency could bring to the region.
Interesting, you know. But Zelensky called him to wish him well due to the assassination attempt, and that was announced a couple hours ago. So that's kind of crazy. Also, there's a report right now that Microsoft was hacked. People all over the world are locked out of their computers with black or blue screens, disrupting critical systems. The aviation industry is heavily impacted, with hundreds of flights canceled. Authorities and IT teams are scrambling to identify the cause and restore services. And KCAL TV is reporting on it, as well as many others. So it's kind of interesting that, you know, this CrowdStrike thing having the effect that it has on live media, not being able to research or pull up their truths, you know, to show people is, yeah. This is,
Hey, brother, could you turn your mic down a little bit, please?
Yeah.
Thanks. You disconnected it, by the way. There you are. Go ahead and try it so you're not too low. Make sure you're not too low.
Should be good now.
Oh, that's nice. That's much nicer. This whole thing about I was getting some feedback in the chat, by the way. That's where that came from on X. I wanted to pull up. I don't think I pulled this one up. Yeah, Trump asked where the DNC server is. And that was in 2017. Let me pull this up. This was one of the ones you put in the private chat that I have not shown yet.
But Mr. Trump's tweets persisted. Why did the DNC refuse to turn over its server to the FBI? And where are hidden and smashed DNC servers? There were more than 140 servers in the Democrats' network, but Mr. Trump created an image of a single box of incriminating information.
Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server.
But Mr. Trump's tweets persisted. Why did the DNC refuse to turn over its server to the FBI? And where are hidden and smashed DNC servers? There were more than 140 servers in the Democrats' network, but Mr. Trump created an image of a single box of incriminating information.
Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server.
But
so that's Pepe Lives Matter, and basically the you can hear the Mockingbird media basically kind of making Trump sound kind of crazy for asking such things, right? Kind of ridiculous, right? That we're it's so obvious to me the tone, the speaking down to us, the patronizing of the listeners. These types of organizations, these types of networks, they're going to be gone. We're not going to be dealing with these schmucks anymore. And it's going to be so very clear and apparent their gaslighting of the population through all this time. It's tragic that we fell for it for so long, right?
Well, let me brighten your day, Dave. Let me brighten your day. This morning, approximately 8 hours ago, Joe Biden said he's not bowing out of no race. They tried to talk him out of it or talk him into bowing out, but he's not doing it. He's staying in.
Now, that was his campaign manager, right? That said that? The woman?
Yep.
Okay. And certainly she wouldn't have said that if, they hadn't decided that, right? But so here's the thing. I've been saying that they're going to kill him. And they're going to go with
they're going to try to blame MAGA.
Blame MAGA and also get the sympathy vote. They're going to prop him up and make him a martyr and all that, and then bring in Newsom and Big Mike or one of the. I got to share this with you, brother. On that subject, Diana shared this with me today. Let's see.
While you're looking for that, Dave, I want to point out something that I pointed out to the crowd the other day. The post that pointed everybody to what's the name of that firm that Vance was at?
Sidley Austin.
Sidley Austin. At the same time that
Huge.
was brought up, what was directly below that in that same post with the delta of the day of assassination? Happy hunting.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. By the way,
can't connect any clearer.
By the way, Jasper was barking at. I got some feed for the deer, and I put it close to his fence, his fenced-in area, so that they get to know each other a little bit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's not a bad thing to do. That's really not, because it will, as he grows, he will not become reactionary to them being there, but he will let you know that he wants to go outside because they're there.
Yeah. He's still sometimes he'll just go out and sit and watch them, and so they don't run away. But every once in a while he'll go, hey, he'll go run in after them, and then they'll take off. But yeah, and but he also when he was off leash once, he went running after a mama and she stomped his head. I think I shared that video with you.
Yeah,
I got that whole thing on video, man. That's going to be. I'm making a little series of videos with him. But anyway, so that's cool. I'm glad you mentioned that, brother. I forgot about the happy hunting at the end of Sidley Austin.
Yep.
And how amazing. How deep that is. And thanks for that connection to the Supreme Court justices, because back when I did research that, I remember that connection. So let me share. This is, let me see here. Diana got this Moonbeam got this text to her. And let me get to here. I think I need to do this. Okay. So she got a text that says, please share your honest opinion. Reports suggest President Biden is considering dropping out of the race. If that were to happen, who would you most like to see at the top of the ticket? Kamala Harris, Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, Michelle Obama, or other. So interesting that Hillary wasn't even mentioned in that.
Yep.
And
she's already gone. So.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so are those other people. I mean, well, Joe is, but, it's like, I think that she's still present though for the normies. Right.
Yeah.
And so, so at any rate, and then, so that was interesting. I think she got that. Let me double check when that happened. She just got it today. At 2:08 p.m. So I think it would have been after that woman gave that announcement, because that woman was on Morning Joe, wasn't she?
Yeah, that was 8 hours from when I refreshed my screen, which would have made it around 9 a.m.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So that was this was after that, and it's from Stop MAGA. And then this was the phone call you were talking about with Zelensky. From a truth from Donald Trump. President Zelensky of Ukraine and I had a very good phone call earlier today. He congratulated me on a very successful Republican National Convention and becoming the Republican nominee for the President of the United States. He condemned the heinous assassination attempt last Saturday and remarked about the American people coming together in the spirit of unity during these times. I appreciate President Zelensky for reaching out because I, as your next president of the United States, will bring peace to the world and end the war that has cost so many lives and devastated countless innocent families. Both sides will be able to come together and negotiate a deal that ends the violence and paves a path forward to prosperity. That sounds to me like a perfect phone call.
It sounds to me like a perfect phone call as well. Yeah.
You know, and Zelensky, you know, he's got Zelensky doesn't want the war to end, I don't think. Because if the war ends, the spigot's gonna hey, stop it. The spigot's gonna get turned off. Without question. Stop it. Hey, come here, buddy. Come here. He's actually doing great, man. He's been, man, when I leave and come back, it's like I've been gone for months.
Yeah. I have one little one remaining from the last litter. I named him Ahab because he's almost solid black, running around chasing Gabriel, the biggest dog here, pure white, like he's chasing Moby Dick. Okay. It's hilarious to watch him. And Gabriel lay down on the ground and let him climb on him. And Ahab's up on top of him, acting like he just slayed the giant. It is so hilarious to watch this guy. I need to get some monitoring cameras set up so I can catch this craziness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You ought to do that. By the way, just CrowdStrike is in, I mentioned, is in Austin. Also, Austin Private Wealth LLC is in Austin, which is the firm that shorted Trump Media stock. Yeah. And
yeah, it's just funny how all this stuff is all connected, every bit of it. You were saying this 5 years ago, 6 years ago with Todd, that when people realize that every single bit of this, as it comes out, and we're able to start really putting the puzzle pieces together, we're going to find out that everything is directly connected, one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And it's nuts. It is. The flood of information right now, you know, back then it was drip, drip, drip. Now we've got a steady flow coming from the tap. I'm waiting for somebody to over accelerate the tap and just having the sink overflowing. That's going to be, I'm hoping that people are really going to be ready for it. I really am.
Yeah.
He sounds so cute barking. And mine are looking at the screen like, who's that?
Yeah, he's trying to figure out who I'm talking to and what I'm doing. I think he's like, what's going on up there? You know?
Yeah.
Jasper, come here, buddy. Come on, come here, jump up. You want to say hi? Come on, come here. He's camera shy. Yeah. Yeah, he's wanting to go for his walk. Well, I was gonna do holy cow, it's 6:39. I was gonna do my show with script at 7. But that is, I'm probably gonna have to push that back because I mean we could roll, we already got 1,539 on. I either roll through into that show or
no, you want to be able to get your Rumble added in too.
yeah, good point. Yes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link. This would be a great way to end this, Dave, because
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this or not. The last link that I just dropped into the private chat
Okay.
from Robbie Starbuck.
He's been doing some great stuff with. Oh yeah, I watched this, dude. This is good.
Yep.
Okay.
And this would be a great way to end this out
Oh.
and everything, because I'm going on 6 hours now. I'm a
Yep.
little tired, and I want to be able to eat and everything before you and Script go live.
Yep.
And that'll be perfect.
And guys, I'll probably do with Script. I'll probably do now. Let's see. Probably.
You got to remember, he's East Coast time.
Yeah,
So,
maybe 8 Central, 9 East Coast time. But please turn on your notifications on, for example, on Rumble, the indoctrination. Go up to like if you see like the show from last night, go up here and hit the bell notification. Okay, hit that bell notification so when we go live, you'll be notified. And then, of course, the same thing for X. Hit the notification on X, which is on my profile. If you go to at Dave Snedeker on the profile, then you'll be notified when I go live. And obviously the same for Hawk on his YouTube, on Facebook, and on his X.
yeah, and they're going to be podcasting to all of them, guys. He's going to be on the YouTube and on the Facebook as well.
Yeah, so here we go.
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look.
Wait a minute. He's not going to endorse either of the candidates, but he doesn't have a problem spending $800 million on ballot boxes and in election interference. In a ballot box that saw 24 people drop off ballots, but had thousands, 19,000 ballots. Okay, that happened.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. I mean, the historic events over over the weekend. And I mean, on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But look, I mean, it's, and I think, look, at some level as an American, it's like hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit and that fight. And I think that's why a lot of people like the guy.
There you go. He's not gonna endorse him though, Hawk, but he will spend, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I would actually like to see somebody keep track of exactly what he's doing financially. But what's crazy is his connection now with the UFC and how much he's doing with them. That kind of makes me think that maybe, just maybe, the guys from the UFC are actually having an effect on them with the knowledge that those guys have acquired, what they've been spewing, even during the fights. They win a fight and then they say, I'm about the, I'm against the child trafficking. We need to bring this to a stop, and the only person who's going to do that is Donald Trump. He's proved that over and over again, that he is pretty much the only one who is willing to do everything to save our children.
Yeah.
Other than us, us Americans, that are doing everything that we can to educate everybody in regards to the trafficking, the child trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, everything all the way down the line. And maybe this is having an effect on him where he is changing. But, again, it all boils down to believe it when I see it. And sometimes you have to show the people in order to prove to the people. And that could be very well a way to start a new relationship where he's concerned. I'm still concerned about Lahaina and him building a bunker there, and stuff like that. There's, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Cool.
So.
All right,
All right,
brother.
folks. We want to
Good
thank
stuff.
everybody for joining us on all of the X platforms, and as well as
Tip your
Facebook
waiters.
and YouTube. Please remember, our Creator loves you. His Son, the Christ, loves you. We love you. And we will see you again real soon. With that, I say peace.